Mr. Salazar, we're ready to go live.
Perfect. You are live in 3, 2, 1.
Thank you. I feel like all of a sudden we're in the movies, right? This is a take. All right. Welcome, everybody. My clock says 5:04 to the regular meeting of the governing body, March 27. We'll begin with a pledge of allegiance that Councilor Lee Garcia will lead us in. Salute to the New Mexico flag led by Councilor Lindell, and then Councilor Castro will give invocation, and then we'll have remembrances. So please rise as you are able.
Pledge allegiance to the flag.
Buenas tardes a todos. Good evening to everyone. Today I will be quoting the words of Ms. Rigoberta Menchú when she was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize. En alguna ocasión he afirmado, con toda razón, que los avances que se han registrado en el sentido de reconocer nuestros derechos ha sido el resultado de la lucha de los pueblos originarios. Hemos aprendido, pues a pesar de la discriminación, la opresión y la marginalización, la intolerancia y el racismo, nunca hemos dejado la lucha por nuestros derechos y por el mantenimiento y rescate de nuestras culturas. I'll do a quick translation. In some occasions, I affirm with all reason that the advances that we have had and recognized today have been as a result of the struggles of the original pueblos of this land. We have persisted through discrimination, oppression, marginalization, intolerance, and racism. And we have never given up our fight for our rights and to maintain our culture.
Thank you. Are there remembrances at this time? Yeah, Councilor Maryland.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to remember tonight Ken Kirk, who died on March 18th. Ken was a member of the Water Conservation Committee and also the Water Policy Advisory Committee for the county. And he was an active member in our community around water issues. His career, he oversaw legal initiatives under the Clean Water Act. He collaborated with administration and federal agency officials, members of Congress and state organizations. He coined the term "One Water" to ensure collaborative solutions to increasing complex water challenges. He was the executive director of the National Association of Clean Water Agencies, an organization that has grown to represent over 350 publicly owned wastewater utilities dedicated to improving the quality of the nation's waters and protecting public health. He was just really a valuable resource for us. And he was active both at the city and county level. And his passing comes as a shock, and his loss is significant. And I just wanted to make sure we thought about him this evening and his family, and I send them our condolences. Thank you, Mayor.
I would just call to mind a wonderful political strategist named Hal Malchow, who had a presence here in Santa Fe and over the years had worked for many national and regional local candidates to help them run their campaigns. He was a legend in his field. He started out, his initial campaign was for Medgar Evers' brother. And he went forward from that to become one of the really most respected people who understood the way to run a campaign and to contact voters and to be a positive force in electoral politics. And he died way too young. And people all over the world and certainly around this country who have participated in political campaigns know him and respect his hard work and his legacy in the world of campaign politics. I'd also call to mind people in our community who are suffering, who are dealing with problems of health, problems of well-being, problems of personal life choices, people who are experiencing homelessness. We want our community to stay healthy, to look after each other, to actually be our brother's keeper. So let's take a minute and think about the people we've lost and the people we hope to help here in Santa Fe when they're dealing with tough times. Thank you, everybody. Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Certainly, Mr. Mayor. Counselor Cassett,
Here.
Counselor Castro,
Present.
Counselor Lee Garcia,
Here.
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Present.
Counselor Lindell, Counselor Romero Worth.
Here.
Mayor Weber,
Present.
you have a quorum.
And we have excused several of our colleagues. Counselor Castro, I believe I'm sorry, I apologize, Faulkner. I was looking at your name and thinking Faulkner. Counselor Castro is more than present. She is fully present, but Counselor Faulkner is unable to be with us tonight. And Counselor Chavez, I believe, is also unable to be with us tonight. So we have a quorum. Madam Clerk, are there changes to the agenda that has been published?
No, Mayor.
Okay. Can I get a motion to approve the agenda then?
So moved.
I was
Second.
hoping, actually, if we could move item 10C up in the agenda, just because we have folks that are here to present.
Item 10C. Hold on a sec.
That's a discussion item, 10C.
And we can, it's depending on how many things how long our discussion of items that are for presentation takes and what gets pulled from consent, it's going to be pretty close to the top.
Are we okay with? I think that's fine then. I will move to approve the agenda.
I guess we could move it to the first item under the discussion.
From C to A,
Yeah.
certainly, would that be helpful if we bumped it up from to the first item under discussion?
I think that would be helpful, yes.
Okay, so is there a motion to amend the agenda?
No,
It's a
it's a
Discussion
discussion item.
It's not a consent item, it's a
I-
discussion.
I move to make 10C the first discussion item under item 10.
Nice second.
Is there a discussion about the motion? Can we call the roll on that motion to amend the agenda?
Certainly. Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Castro,
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell, Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Mayor Weber,
Yes,
motion passed.
thank you. And so is there a motion to approve the agenda as amended?
So moved.
There's a motion and a second to approve the agenda as amended. Is there discussion? If not, Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll on the motion to approve the agenda as amended?
Counselor Castro,
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell, Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Mayor Weber,
Yes,
motion passed.
thank you. And Madam Clerk, were there items removed from the consent agenda?
Yes, Mayor. Item 9F was removed by Counselor Lindell.
Are there others then?
No, sir.
So can I get a motion to approve the consent agenda as amended?
So moved.
Second.
Madam Clerk, did you get that? In terms of the motion and the second, we're good? Would you call the roll on that motion to approve consent as amended?
Certainly. Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell, Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Castro,
Yes.
Mayor Weber,
Yes.
motion passed.
Very good, thank you. So in that case, Madam Clerk, why don't you take us to our first item on the agenda?
Yes, Mayor, the first item on the agenda is a presentation. It's 8A. It's the Midtown Redevelopment Progress Report. The Metropolitan Redevelopment Director, Karen Iverson, is here to present.
I think she needs her computer assisted. Very good. Take your time. And Director Wheeler, I think you and Director Iverson are going to participate in this together, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, great. Terrific. We'll wait for you to get your presentation plugged in, and then you'll be able to put it up on the screen. Just like that. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor, City Council members. I'm really happy and excited to be in front of you this evening to give you an update on Midtown. This is my first update as the new MRA director. And I really just want to thank the mayor, Director Brown, Lee Logston, Daniel Hernandez, Director Wheeler, Sam and Tim. The whole team has been a really excellent, warm, inviting, helpful team to work with. And so what we have to present to you today is really a path forward. We've had a lot of time to work with our consulting team. We've done a lot of due diligence, and we really have a plan of what we're going to be doing for the next few years and what you will see happening out at the site. This project is exciting, it is dynamic, and it is very complex, which I'm sure you can all appreciate. What's really great is that we have a plan, the Midtown Master Plan, which provides us a very clear vision and a mandate to implement the community's values. So as we move from the planning phase to the implementation phase, that document will continue to serve as a compass to us and reflection of your mandate to us on how to proceed. We have a lot of ground to cover today. As you can see, we'll do it very quickly, but we've been working very hard. And this has been supported by that core team, but also legal, land use, a whole bunch of people working really hard to move this project forward. Before I get into what's coming up, I really want to thank and acknowledge and respect the prior work that got us here. You have done an amazing amount of work. Sometimes I hear impatience, when's things going to start happening quicker, but you really have moved the ball forward during a difficult and tumultuous time in the economy and the world in a very significant way. You've repositioned the site from redevelopment. You've continued the a very lucrative economic use at the site by leasing it out for film during all of this time. You have a master plan that provides clarity and certainty to the development. And we've secured early adopters who are going to be partners with us as we move forward. And then one of the most exciting things to me coming into this project was the really exemplary community engagement that was done through the process. It really is the way that you partnered with the community engagement partners and valued their time by having contracts with them so that they could reach out into their base is really a model for the nation. And what we're building is not just bricks and mortar, is not just infrastructure, it is a community. And so to have those relationships, those positive, supportive relationships as we move forward into this project is really invaluable. And as we move forward, we're going to continue putting those community partnerships at the forefront. We are going to be needing them to continue to be megaphones for us when we're negotiating these development agreements. There are very specific ways where we're going to be requiring the developer to notify the residents about jobs or internships or opportunities. And we're going to direct that to those partners so they can reach out into their base and provide that communication. The Hopewell Man neighborhood has been prioritized as a neighborhood we need to really look at and protect and ensure that those residents can continue to thrive and are also getting the benefit of this project. So we're going to be doing a neighborhood stabilization plan for that area. As individual projects are proposed, they will be doing ENNs to get community input. And one thing that we heard a lot about was connectivity and the need to get bicycle and pedestrian connectivity from those surrounding neighborhoods to this site. And so that is going to be a key focus of our work going forward. The site, but one of the main things that I'm excited about community engagement is having community-driven activation at the site. And in looking at the plan, this concept of programming and activation was sprinkled throughout the community development plan. And it was really interesting, the words that were used. They wanted activation that facilitates human interaction, empathy, and trust. I think that's a really powerful mandate of how we want to try to bring people to the site and use it. So this is just an image of the rail yards in Albuquerque, a before and after image. This is what we did with $1 million to activate the site in a temporary way in partnership with the Barelas Community Coalition that has the rail yards market there every week, bringing thousands of people to the site and building a brand and demonstrating the marketability of the site. So early activation in partnership with the community is going to continue to be a key strategy moving forward. So we've got some, as you know, agreements to negotiate development agreements with a few key partners. Aspect Studios is our guinea pig, and they've been a great partner to date. And I'm really excited for what we're baking to bring forward to you as a development agreement. They are putting together a very robust community benefits package about internships and educational space. Also the screen theaters, keeping that open, as well as a commitment to bring a certain amount of economic impact to the site. So we're hitting a number of mandates that are in that community development plan with this one project. We've been working on a legal template, and that's going to help us once we work through that. The subsequent development agreements should be much faster as we work through those initial templates. The Midtown Art and Design Alliance is moving forward aggressively. They've completed their building analysis. They're figuring out their financing. One thing that happened during this time period is that there's a major federal funding source out there called New Market Tax Credits, which is a very powerful federal tool. Unfortunately, this neighborhood lost that this census tract lost that designation. So that has been a setback for them to figure out the financing strategy, but they're reconfiguring and figuring out the path forward on that. They have reported that they have $1.4 million pledged to date for their project. And then, as you know, for the Greer Garson Theater, we did cancel the RFP, and we're now looking at how the city would take leadership in being the owner of that site. We're going to be doing a market study to determine, you know, what is the market for this theater? It's a very unique theater in its size and structure. You know, what types of users will use it? How does that fit into the other theaters we have in the city? What is the operating budget? How are we going to structure a management? What type of management structure should we have with a partner? So that's sort of a first step in moving that forward. We're making significant progress at the site in moving these partnerships forward simultaneously with the design and infrastructure work, which is sometimes not as visible. So what we have to sort of lay out for you today is sort of a phase one that's both about design and construction of an initial package of improvements that will bring parcels to the market and start seeing vertical development at the site. So our phase 1A is mostly focused on design. We're going to be designing the full package of infrastructure for the site. And that way it's ready on the shelf. As funding is identified, we have shovel-ready projects to move forward with. So while we're doing that design work, we will be doing some things on the site that are immediate needs, such as stabilizing the roads, doing a few demolitions that are in the eventual right-of-way, as well as implementing this early start site activation. So we will have identified a few areas, both that orange area in the upper part of the image, as well as that band shell area in the quad, which people have a lot of good feelings about remembering being there. We want to see how we can quickly address ADA and other issues so we can start making that available to the community to start using immediately. We will also be doing the MRA plan and tax increment plan, which is going to eventually be a major funding source for this site. So that's, we have about $8 million committed to the project from state and city resources. And this is sort of our plan on how to spend that in design and a small package to begin moving the ball forward. And this is quite normal that you first design, and then as we're designing, we can be identifying the funding sources to implement the first package of infrastructure. So we sort of had a long conversation with a bunch of really smart people. And we were debating, what should this first phase of infrastructure look like? And what we came up with as the proposal is to focus on this spine right down the middle of the site, that this would be the first road that is constructed. It makes sense in terms of where the utilities need to go. And it also provides access to our film parcels, the MATA parcel, and then it opens up a few new parcels for development. All told, with this phase, we would have about 300 housing units, and we would continue to meet that 30% affordable benchmark. We'll have one site that is 100% affordable, and then the other two sites would at least have the minimum 15% affordability. So cumulatively, we would maintain that 30% expectation. We have several development funding sources identified for this first phase: developer contributions, federal, state, philanthropic, and the city, and we'll be working to put that package together as we go forward. One big thing that we have on the horizon is the subdivision. This is an important part of the process where we do a lot of discovery, find out more technical things about the site. It's sort of the next step after the master plan. We're sort of peeling the onion on the site, so to speak. We'll be pushing that forward. We're going to do it in a two-step process so that we can keep Aspect moving forward on their timeline. We'll come in with a lot line adjustment for his lots, and then a bigger subdivision for the whole site. One thing that's really important that Director McDonald will speak to is drainage on the site. You know, drainage has never been dealt with on the site in a systematic way. So that's a big piece of the puzzle. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Director Wheeler.
Thank you so much, Karen. Mayor, members of the governing body. I, like Karen, am excited and impressed about the progress that's been made by a very broad internal city team working together to really nail down what are all the moving parts that we need to accomplish, that we need to achieve to redevelop Midtown. It's a very complex project, as she said. We haven't done anything like this in the last 25 years. So we have brought in a really powerful consulting team that has augmented the capacity and the expertise of staff and has helped us to nail down this critical path schedule that you can see on the screen. Too much detail for the governing body, but just know that we are tracking every single activity and creating dependencies between them. And then the red lines highlight for us what is critical path. So the schedule of that is driving the schedule of the redevelopment. This is a huge accomplishment. It'll be a really great tool for us moving forward. And it shifts our work now from this extremely high level very executive thinking and pulling it all together to now execution. And so it actually becomes a little bit less expensive to deliver some of the next items that we'll have to pull together for Midtown. So in another way to look at the critical path schedule and to reiterate some of the activities that MRA director already mentioned, here you can kind of see a bubble timeline version. You've heard about the MRA tax increment plan and implementation as a key funding source for redevelopment over time. The Hopewell Man stabilization plan to make sure that that community isn't displaced. And then, of course, the land use entitlements we've kind of got floating here as a bubble. And we need to understand if there's any risks of having the land use entitlements completed some late portion of design of infrastructure, and we'll adjust our process in order to minimize risk as we go through the process. As MRA director mentioned, there's a whole bunch of activities and activation planned. And then in the infrastructure, it's pretty classic here where we start with the planning and design. Director McDonald will tell us a little bit more about the stormwater plan that's underway. We already have Wilson and Company on board that's nailing down, exactly where do these streets go? How do we match the cross section of the street to the master plan, where we really design some beautiful boulevards with trees and big sidewalks. And there's boulevards. These are major boulevards, and it'll make that's the culture and character of the property that we wanted to create. And so we're putting those details from the master plan now on the site plan and figuring out what it's going to take to get the infrastructure, the utilities under them. Is there room for these roads? So we're actually getting right down to the nuts and bolts of planning, and then we'll move into design. Fogelson, you'll see show up on some slides for Midtown from time to time, because of course it's on Midtown. It's not part of the Midtown project. It won't be funded probably through the Midtown. It's not included in the numbers, but of course it's a piece of the puzzle. Right now it's funded just for planning, and there is some assessment going on, but of course there'll be design and construction coming up for Fogelson. Oops, I didn't mean to do that quite yet. Another piece of the puzzle, this is what Tim and Sam are really earn their money every day doing, which is keeping Midtown running for us on a daily basis. We've got lessees out there, we've got staff out there, we've got old buildings, we've got vacant spaces, and they stabilized it years ago and continue to operate it. And then we'll be moving forward with some activities that really support the redevelopment, which is like pavement stabilization, demolishment of some buildings that may be in the way of our platting or being attractive nuisances. And then we also have to relocate the staff and some of the tenants that were out there. We knew they were temporary. It's really time for them to go. And so we'll be working with them to do that. And then once we get the planning and design done, we'll be moving into infrastructure construction. And this is a plan right now. It's not set in concrete, but it's using the best expertise of the really broad team and the consultants that we brought in to map this out so that informs the future development process. When can we do RFPs? When can we plan to find infrastructure available? And I think our plan is really a doable one at this point. Of course, we'll learn a lot as we go, and we'll make some mistakes, but we'll be all doing our best, and we'll keep you informed, and appreciate your support moving forward and your leadership and guidance that has been so instrumental in helping us get this far. So Director McDonald will tell us a little bit about the stormwater planning that's underway.
Thank you, Director, Mayor, Councilors. I appreciate the opportunity to talk about the stormwater plan. I feel like I have the best job because stormwater is always exciting and it can be very beautiful. So that's why I get my whole slide on infrastructure. The thing that you need to know about this project is that we are thinking big and we're thinking green. And I think that's amazing. And we are doing a stormwater plan at the beginning. We're thinking about our water usage and we're thinking about how we're going to deal with our stormwater. That's kind of remarkable, really. So I just want to say this is important. We are looking at doing it. We're basing this on the master plan, which they did an amazing job. And so we've kind of built the whole concept around this. And it's basically an idea where we want decentralized stormwater, meaning we're not going to go back to the 20th century where we pipe it and immediately put it into an arroyo that can't handle it, but we're actually trying to set up infiltration sites throughout the site. And this is really important because when you have density development, which we are going to have some here, it does allow an opportunity for multi-beneficial landscapes and parks and things like that. So a lot of the work that we're doing now is understanding where we need to have these bioswales, these infiltration basins, and really laying them out so that as we develop out the roads or we develop out the parcel sites, we're accounting for this. So you're going to see a lot of that in this plan as it comes forward. As Director Wheeler said, we have a really dynamic team with Wilson. We have some folks from Arizona working with us on the project. A lot of you know Arizona's done really amazing work with green infrastructure, so feel really happy about that. We're going to be requiring them to meet our MS4 permit, which means holding 90% of pre-hydrology. What is that? It basically means you have to hold a lot of your water. In the master plan, though, they did allow for the developers to do a shared system with the city. This is not something that we've done a lot of. We have a few shared ponds. So this is a new thing for the city. So part of our scope of work is to really look at how we're going to charge for this. How are we going to develop this? What are the fees? And this is exciting because as our city grows, this is something that we need to tackle. So this is really a exciting pilot project in a way for us to look at that. We're basically trying to build resiliency, beautiful places, soften the landscape. And I think at that, I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Director McDonald. So in conclusion, we've got some key milestones. We're going to be having a development agreement before you. We're also going to be commencing to engage the community around learning how they would like to use the site in that interim activation way, in a way that supports their mission and hits those objectives of bringing people together and to build empathy and trust. We'll be bringing before you the proposed appointments for the MRA Commission. We had 75 applicants, and we've been taking our time and looking through those and putting together the best, most qualified, most representative commission. And we're also, as we move from this phase of planning to implementation, we sort of have a whole communications toolkit that we'll need to put together so that we can now communicate to the site potential to developers and the community. So we're sort of repositioning the comms around the site to be about it as a development site and not as a planning process anymore. So we'll be unveiling that as well. So with that, we stand for questions.
Thank you. Thanks very much. I will look for hands. Anybody has questions they want to ask of the presenters today, go right ahead. Yeah, go ahead, Councilor.
Know that you've had a lot of questions from us, so I will do my best. Thank you.
Councilor, I'm having a hard time with names.
It's okay. No worries. Thank you so much, Mayor. My question really is about the 15% and the minimum 1/3 affordable. Can you just explain to me a little bit how some parcels have full affordable and then the others have 15%?
Yes, Mayor, Councilor Castro. So the requirement is that the whole site have at least 30% affordable housing. And so in order to accomplish that, some parcels, we would go out and really emphasize that we want this parcel to be an 100% affordable project, meaning it would go and get typical affordable housing subsidies like LIHTC and things like that. And then other parcels, we would not make that a requirement and leave it open. And we would require that there be the 15% minimum. But the site, the proposers could come in and above that and have alternate compliance.
And so just so I'm clear, usually if we put an RFP out and there is more affordable than the base 15%, that probably would make it a more competitive proposal, I would imagine.
Certainly.
Thank you. No more questions.
Thank you, Councilor. Others? Yeah, go ahead, Councilor.
Thank you so much, Mayor, and thank you for the presentation. Very excited to see things moving forward and to watch that development happening. Really excited for some of those activation activities and getting the community on Midtown, because I know that that is something that my constituents, especially those who are right around it, are very eager to do. I did want to circle back to the conversation around the Greer Garson Theater and the visioning of the city stepping in at this juncture and hearing a little bit more. I know that we've discussed the city looking at the cost for rehabilitation and potentially taking on that. But then there was conversation around the city potentially running the theater. And so I am curious to hear what that is in the moment looking like in our minds or in your all's minds. Little bit concerned around what the cost of running a theater would look like. And so if you could just give me some more information about what is being explored. I know that you are still looking at the feasibility of this, and so nothing is concrete, but would love to hear a little bit more about what is being explored.
Yes, so Mayor, Councilor Cassett, exactly. We're at a very initial stage of doing a feasibility, or not a feasibility, an implementation analysis of how the city should approach the theater. What type of operational and management structures are out there that are best practice for this type of facility? How would we go out in partnership with it? Are we looking for someone to operate it? Are we looking for someone to manage it? Are we looking for tenants for some of those classroom spaces? I think all of the above is kind of on the table. I think what we learned from the RFP process was that, looking for somebody to shoulder the rehabilitation and the cost of redeveloping it was exceeded the capacity of the local theater or the local applicant pool. And so we're gonna kind of be bringing in some expert advice to do an analysis to make recommendations for how we should move that forward.
Okay, thank you. And when do we expect to be able to have a update on that back at the council, the governing body?
Mayor, Councilor Cassett, I think sometime late this year.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. And the one thing that I would just add about the Greer is I know I've heard a lot of feedback from local performance organizations, whether it's, dance or acting, especially a lot of the youth focused companies, that they do not have performance space. And part of it is that it's really expensive. Part of it is that the James shut down and, we've kind of lost them. So as that exploration is occurring, I would really like to keep that in mind, that if it is possible to create a scenario where the Greer is accessible to some of those. I know I got to perform at the Greer when I was a kid, and it was pretty exciting because it feels, very fancy and official. So if we're able to really be looking at what that would be, what can these companies actually afford to rent a theater, and how would we potentially be able to provide that opportunity for that, as I know it's a real need in the community. You mentioned that we will be, Director Wheeler mentioned we'll be moving people that are in Midtown, and that is of concern. Oh, so the other one would be conversations around Tract O and the state land swap and where we are there. That has been discussed quite a bit, and I would love to get some information on where we are.
Mayor and Councilor Cassett, we were unable to move that forward during this last legislative session. I think we're just kind of recuperating from that, and we'll be repositioning. I think we will be approaching them not only about how to acquire that or make some land swap, but also there's some need for some interim utility corridors through there. So short of an outright exchange, there's some other medium steps that we could ask for, but we definitely will be picking back those conversations now that the session is over to chart that path forward.
Okay, well, appreciate you continuing that. We know it's an important piece, so thank you I know it's not easy. And I will yield the floor. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Counselor Michael Garcia, I see your hand is up in the screen. Go ahead, sir. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Ms. Iverson, for this update. I just have a couple quick questions for you. Have we identified the parcel where we're going to have the land trust?
Mayor, Counselor Garcia, we have a parcel identified as an initial affordable housing parcel, and we would put that out for developers or groups to respond to. And one of the possible uses of it could be a land trust model.
Okay, and what site is that?
I'm not sure that my presentation is still in the view, but there is a parcel on the Phase 1B construction slide that's labeled affordable housing parcel.
So that could be the land trust site, but we have not identified a particular site for land trust. Am I understanding that correctly?
Counselor Garcia, that's correct.
Okay. Is there a reason why we haven't identified that? I'd hate for the land trust to get the last remaining parcel.
Mayor, Counselor Garcia, I believe our path forward is to put a parcel that's identified for affordable housing out for multiple respondents to propose things. There's multiple models that could get vehicles that could get implemented through, and the land trust is or a potential community land trust. I'm not sure if the land trust is the Santa Fe Housing Trust or some other entity. I don't know if it's Chainbreaker that's forming a land trust, but a to be formed entity could also apply for that opportunity.
Okay. And what happens in the instance that nobody does apply?
Mayor, Counselor Garcia, that is a possibility that I had not considered because these land opportunities for affordable housing is a very sought after thing, especially at Midtown. But if nobody applied, I think that we would evaluate why nobody applied. Maybe there was something in the site itself that made it unattractive, or the way that we structured the RFP. And I think we would go back out and having addressed what we identified as the reason for why we did not get respondents.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that. My last question was revolving around the timeline that was presented in the slide deck. From reading the timeline, I guess I got a question around, in particular, the Hopewell Bend Neighborhood Stabilization Plan. This is something that I've been asking for a while, and from the way I'm reading this, is that this stabilization plan will be in process from 2025 through 2026. Am I understanding that correctly?
Mayor, Counselor Garcia, that's correct.
Is there a reason why we can't start that right now? The sooner the better. We begin to have a stabilization plan for that neighborhood. I think would be most beneficial, especially that our plans are to start some of these activations. So that is one huge concern I've heard from my constituents, is that once the development of Midtown happens, then the gentrification process coincides directly with it. And I think I would like for us to have a strong plan in place where constituents feel comfortable. And from this something won't be established until 2026, which is 2 years away. So my question is, why can't we start the stabilization planning process this year?
Mayor, Counselor Garcia, that is dependent on funding for that activity. So we have some funding requests for the MRA budget in 2025 and capacity within the MRA. So subject to capacity and funding, we I agree with you. It's an important strategy to move forward quickly and aggressively on. You can kind of see where that plan fits within the timeline of being done well before we would be done with the first phase of infrastructure. We are trying to prioritize it.
Okay, so I guess, Ms. Iverson, quick question just for clarity, because the way I'm looking at this timeline, it looks like if stabilization plan will begin in 2025, but it also references Q2 of 2025, which would be later this calendar year. So are there funds being requested in the fiscal year 25 budget that the council will be reviewing here soon for this plan? And that's, I guess, specifically for the stabilization plan, will there be resources requested in the fiscal year 25 budget?
Mayor, Councilor Garcia, we have put that as our departmental request.
It's part of the process. So there's nothing, once this budget gets approved, there's nothing that necessarily would prohibit us from starting this work in July.
Mayor, Councilor Garcia, subject to staffing and funding, we can begin the process.
Okay.
Let me interject for 1 second, because I think planning is a verb, not a noun. If you remember, when I got back from participating in a program at the Harvard Graduate School of Design on justice and urban planning, one of the ideas that was promoted out of that was this Hopewell Man stabilization effort. And it's not as if nothing has been happening since I came back with that proposal. I think we've been meeting with folks in Hopewell Man, formally and informally, doing walking tours of the neighborhood, interacting with folks at Chain Breakers and other organizations, looking into ways we could address very specific items that the neighborhood has called to our attention as immediate concerns that don't even require planning. They require action. They require us taking up the part of people who are in Hopewell Man, who are dealing with perhaps issues involving landlords and housing conditions that need to be improved, and ways to be their advocates for not just stabilizing the community, but improving the quality of life there right now. So I think there's, as is always the case when you're talking about a planning effort, there is the ongoing work to address concerns that are being brought to our staff and to us as elected officials. And then there is something more formalized that involves going out, finding a partner to do a stabilization plan, finding examples of stabilization plans that have been developed in other communities so we can go to school on those activities and really expedite what we can do to use Hopewell Man as a important learning and experience-based effort to take on something that's not just a Hopewell Man issue, it's a citywide issue. So the bubbles are indicative, but they are not absolutely accurate in terms of how these processes will move forward. Back to you, Councilor Garcia. Didn't mean to over-interject, but having worked on this since I got the Graduate School of Design program under my belt and the passion for linking justice with urban development, I really feel strongly about it.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I appreciate your passion about that, because that's a community that has been asking for support for some time. And that is a community that is my community. I live in Hopewell Man. And so my focus is more on the actual plan. I have conversations with my neighbors and my community members all the time. I'm focused on the plan that will be in place that will set reassurance for my neighbors and my constituents that there is a plan in place. And so my hope is that if there is a request being put forth in the fiscal year 25 budget, that should that be presented to the governing body, that July 1, we begin the process of hiring the appropriate staff to build the capacity, doing everything in regards to if we do need to hire an external evaluator contractor, somebody to help us with the development of this plan, that we get it up and running as quick as possible. Because this is a neighborhood that is in dire need of help and support. And I want to ensure that we're doing everything we can to meet those needs. With that, Ms. Iverson, I really appreciate the update. Wish you all the best as you're moving forward with this process. And no other questions, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Merriworth, and then come back to you for a follow-up.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. Just wanted to dive in. I think, this is a great opportunity. People are asking what's happening, what are we doing, is anything happening? So really important to give kind of a thumbnail sketch of what is happening and all the work that is going on. Wanted to dive a little bit more deeply into two things. So on your phase 1A design and activation, you list design of infrastructure. And I wanted you to speak to that a little bit more because, of course, infrastructure, there's like a baseline level of infrastructure, and then we're probably going to be dealing with infrastructure. I think somebody compared it to an onion. I think it was you. Infrastructure is an onion too, right? There are many layers, and maybe you could just talk a little bit about what this first phase 1A design and activation around infrastructure looks like. Like, what are the big pieces that have to be initially thought about?
So the design at this stage is designing the infrastructure package for the whole site. So that way we can move forward with what we're planning for phase 1 construction, but should we have more success at getting more funding, we can pull off a bigger chunk. So that package would be planning sewer, water, stormwater. After the concept stormwater plan is done, then we have to design it. Streets, sidewalks, the landscaping, all of that, the whole sort of the boulevards of infrastructure would all be designed and ready to pull off the shelf.
And so they're big pieces, right? That then when the individual projects get going, they'll be in place to tap into, to bring, sewer, water, stormwater, all that kind of stuff to a particular site, to a particular project, correct?
Mayor, Councilor Romero Worth, yes. So when a specific parcel comes on, they would, bring their parcel, they would tap into this spine infrastructure to bring the utilities onto their own site.
Okay. I think it's important as this comes up, that everybody understands the multi-layers that are involved. So it's kind of a teachable moment for me and hopefully for everybody else. Also want to talk about the MRA tax increment plan. And you defined it as what did you say? I think major revenue source is what you said. Major funding source. Can you talk a little bit about how that works? How do we use that to get the kinds of things that we're looking for? Or how do people who will tap into it or use it, like how does it work? And I bet we could I could invite you to finance and we could do a whole presentation on that. And I think we have, and we probably should bring you back, but maybe I don't know, a small, give us a little bit so that we'll be interested in learning more.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, Councilor Romero Worth. So this is a new era for redevelopment in the state of New Mexico. We passed the law at the state legislature in 2023 that now makes this a tool available for redevelopment, a tool that is commonly used throughout the nation and is available in most other states, and is one of the reasons why our communities have not seen the redevelopment that other communities have. And so basically what you do is you can draw a line around an area, you define the area, and then at that moment in time, there's a tax base. Let's say it's $100,000. It's going to state, federal schools. That $100,000 continues. But then as things happen, that tax base will grow. And as that growth happens, you're able to capture that growth and only direct it into that district. And things are going to happen because you have money, and because you have money, you're going to make things happen. So it's just like virtuous cycle. And if you didn't have that pool of money, you would just stay at the base. You just stay down here. And then at the end of 20 years, you've invested in the area, and the tax base has grown, and then the district is dissolved and everybody has a much higher tax base. So we're able to capture up to 75% of the state and county gross receipts tax, city as well, and property tax to create a sustainable and recurring funding source. And when you create those areas, you want to look at where are the areas that could use the investment, and also where are the areas that have GRT generating funding.
Thank you. And we will have to invite you to finance. I think we have had folks talk to us about this when it was sort of conceptual. We weren't underway. And I guess you come to us from Albuquerque. Albuquerque has been very aggressive, I would say, in using this tool, and it's been very successful. Can you comment on that at all? We've never used it, but it's a good tool that Albuquerque's been using to accomplish quite a few things.
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Romero-Worth, you're talking about the tax increment tool?
Yes.
It has not been used.
Oh,
It is
okay.
a new tool
Okay.
that was just enabled by the state legislature in 2023.
So then it's MRAs that have been used in Albuquerque.
Exactly.
So that's a little different. Maybe you can help me and the public.
So the city of Albuquerque has about 20 plus different MRA districts. And they have found this to be a useful tool to deploy tools like being able to discount the sale of land to pay for, to drive development into the areas that they want to, as well as have property tax abatement, income fee waivers. As an MRA designation, it was, there's a suite of tools that come. But to be honest with you, it has largely been ineffective until we get this tax increment finance tool. This is a game changer for actually having a sustainable reoccurring funding source that can fund the plan.
Okay, so they go together. So that's very interesting. I learned something. All right, to be continued. Appreciate that. Thanks for being here. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Counselor. I think your question got asked, so we're good there. Other questions or comments? Thank you for the update. Very, very informative, and we look forward to continued progress and good work. Keep it up. Thank you all for being here. Madam Clerk, could you take us to the next item then, please?
Certainly, Mr. Mayor. The next item is 8B. It's the audit update, and we have the accounting officer, Matthew Bonifer, here to present.
Welcome, sir.
Mayor, councilors, good evening. I am happy to report that we are continuing to make progress on the FY23 audit. We are well in the we are well into the process with Carr, Riggs, and Ingram. The audit is progressing. We are still on track. Wrap it up by mid-May. Currently, we are focusing now and into next week on substantive test work and wrapping up the field work portion of the audit. City staff is pulling samples and providing information to answer any questions to help the auditors support their opinion. Additionally, CRI Carr, Riggs, and Ingram is starting to draft the financial statements, which will be the report submitted to the state auditor. We are on track for that report to be submitted by May 15th. And in addition, Clifton Larson Allen is continuing to work on the reconciliations and the audit support for FY24, which is well ahead of schedule for where we were this time last year and prior. So we are, happy to have that for when we focus, once we wrap up FY23 audit in May, to roll into FY24 for a timely submission in December. With that, Mr. Mayor, councilors, I will take any questions that you might have.
Thank you very much. I'm looking for hands. Not forgetting that you're in the Zoom room, Counselor Garcia. I can't see if your hand's up, however.
No hands, no questions, Mr. Mayor. Thank you so much for checking in.
Okay, thank you. I don't see any questions, so thank you. Nice maiden voyage. Appreciate it.
Easy. Thank you. Thank you.
Council, yes, Madam Clerk, what's our next item, please?
Mr. Mayor, the next item is 9F. It's a request for approval of a professional services contract with Hartman and Majewski Design Group for the planning, siting, and preliminary design of a new senior center in the total amount of $358,643 through June 30th, 2024. And we have Manuel Sanchez here to present.
Can I get a motion? Anybody?
Move to approve.
Second?
And a second. And before we get to Counselor Lindell, who has some questions, maybe you could just give us an overview of this item so people who aren't familiar with it or who may be watching or listening at home will know what we will be talking about.
The project is the develop for a new senior center to the programming for design of a new senior center in the city of Santa Fe. We brought the contractor on board to look at the demographics of the city of Santa Fe, you know, our makeup, different sites in the city of Santa Fe to where we might be able to construct a new senior center going forward. It was originally brought forward by the former director, Gino Rinaldi, through the Aging and Long-Term Services implement ICIP program. So, you know, we're looking to try and expand our services to another part of the city of Santa Fe.
And if you could just highlight what the contract for services covers, what will the work actually be, if you can dive into that before we give it to Counselor Lindell to ask her questions.
So they will be facilitating the planning and design and initial phase of a new senior center. There'll be community engagement, programming, site selection, and schematic design for the project.
Thank you. Counselor Lindell, you have the floor.
Thank you. Good evening. This is a little bit problematic for me in that it's almost like this runs on the assumption that we've approved a new senior center and we haven't. I'm concerned that we might be a little bit far out over our skis with this. And I mean, I don't know what else to ask with it. It's I hadn't heard anything about this funding. I don't know where the funding comes from. I'm just concerned that, you know, all of a sudden we're working on a new senior center. We don't have any idea of, I understand that part of this is to do an assessment. How many senior centers do we have right now?
Currently, we have one senior center, the Mary Esther Gonzalez Center.
We only have one senior center.
Correct. And we have two congregate meal sites at the Louisa Street Center and the Alta Vista Street Center. Those are owned by Civic Housing.
Louisa Street and where else?
And Alta Vista.
Okay, yeah. Do we share that site with the county?
No, those are the city. We run that as a city.
So we have basically 3 sites that we run.
So the housing authority owns it, and we run the congregate meals out of there.
Okay. It looks like Director Wheeler would like to weigh in.
Thank you so much, Mayor, Councilor Lindell. I just wanted to remind the governing body and put this in the context. This has been in the seniors ICIP. So just like the city has this big, long list of things that we've decided would be improvements to our community, as we come into, what do you guys call it? This no gray-haired tsunami or whatever it is that's happening. we really, sorry, it's not my department, but so the ICIP and Regina Rinaldi first before us, right, was getting ready to serve this growing aging population in our community and really looking at what, knowing that we needed to provide more services in more places in the community. And so it was put on the ICIP. The governing body has approved that ICIP every year before senior submits it to aging and long-term services for consideration. And so it has been in the long-range capital plan, just like we have so many things for the rest of our city in our long-range capital plan. And I think, knowing that there's only one senior center, that it's kind of on the east side of town, really points towards the need for serving all, more of our community with these types of services. And maybe that helps understand the context of this award. Also, the governing body did see the grant come through when we got the grant. So the grant was accepted by governing body. And is fully executed, and now staff is implementing the scope of the grant to deploy the money into the community. Thank you so much.
What's the term of this? Timeframe?
Sam?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Lindell, this particular project, we anticipate to commence and complete within 12 months.
Okay. When would we, this talks about the size of a center. When would we get some idea of what our future looks like in committing money to this?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Lindell, the way we're approaching this project, because the amount of funding available isn't enough to get us all the way through a design phase, we're starting with one of the team members on the design team is consensus planning. They'll be doing a demographic study of the need for a senior center, where in the community it would be best placed. And that information will help us make determinations on final square footage. So this is an early projection as we enter into that kind of planning and kind of schematic design. Please.
Mayor and Councilor Lindell, to add to that, the ICIP request by our seniors staff to the Aging Long-Term Services includes a request for funding for construction that happens after the planning and design phase. So, and they have that on their radar. I think it's pretty expected that they would make a large contribution. We indicated on the ICIP the need for something like $7-8 million for construction. So that is in the radar of the Aging and Long-Term Services Funding Group.
Okay, thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilor. I appreciate your pulling this because I think it's important to all of us. I know that at the time that we were able to successfully complete the construction of the teen center, at least informally, there was discussion about a intergenerational connection between the teen center and seniors. We have a lot of folks on the South Side who are concerned about youth and young people, but it's equally important that we've got a growing population of seniors on the South Side who need just as much attention, care, and support as the teen center offers for young people, and maybe even get some intergenerational connections between a teen center and a senior center. I don't want to prejudice the study at all. I don't want to ruin your hard work to do it so that it's an open slate. But I know that at least informally, those conversations have been had among members of the community and in the planning and development of the teen center to look at ways to support the different generations that are part of that part of town and need as much help as anybody else and deserve that help. So I think, Councilor Lindell, for you to pull this and ask those questions is actually really timely and very, very supportive and useful. Thank you. Other comments, Councilor? Yep, go ahead, Councilor Merrill.
Since we're talking about this, can you speak to how senior centers are built? Like, what's the funding for them? Are they different revenue streams than the other capital infrastructure needs we have? Are there different pots of money, or is it?
Mayor, Councilor Romero Worth, yes, it is. Aging and Long-Term Services has their own entirely separate ICIP process and has been providing funding to our senior services through that separate funding cycle. I think it's probably similar, fundamentally, it's either general fund money from the state or it's, the severance tax bond money, but it is, they allocate it separately. They have their own budget and they have a totally separate ICIP. So it doesn't take money from our other priorities on our citywide ICIP. I don't know if you have to add.
Mayor, Councilor, yes, it's a separate process that the Aging and Long-Term Services goes through. They separate it from the regular capital outlay years ago, so it benefits the seniors in the state of New Mexico.
Right. Then I think that's helpful to know because we do have a lot of capital outlay asks of the state. So I'm glad to hear that this one's sort of directed to kind of a different set of funding mechanisms. Because I wouldn't, I just want to set expectations, right? I'd hate to we have a lot on our plate already and to add some, and this is not an insignificant cost. So I'm glad to hear that they do section it off and think of it through a different process. So thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilor Castro.
Thank you so much. I appreciate the presentation. I am going to take the opportunity that we have Mr. Sanchez with us. Could you please talk to us about the difference between a meal distribution site and a senior center? And could you give us an update on the bingo, please?
So meal distribution, we have congregate meals that we serve at the Meg Center, at the Pasatiempo Center, and the Luisa Center. We also run our home delivered meals out of all three centers also. We have, I believe it's 14 routes that we serve approximately 700 residents in the city of Santa Fe that we take home delivered meals a day. So it's two different kitchens, two different funding sources when we get our funding from the state of New Mexico. And along bingo, we are working on getting that implemented this month. We should be able to have sessions by the end of April.
Perfect. A hot topic, as you know. So thank you. I see the floor.
Thank you. Other questions? I think there's a competition about to break out up here for an early bingo round. Any other? Yeah, go ahead, Councilor Cassidy.
Actually, I just have a comment. My mom recently moved back home and she has been taking advantage of some of the dance classes at one of our senior centers and has really been loving it. So just wanted to provide you that feedback. And now she's saying that I have to come with her one of these days. So apparently I'm going to go take traditional Japanese dance. Is that what it is? So I look forward to getting to experience it myself, but did want to pass that along that she really has appreciated that and thinks that the programs are wonderful. So thank you for providing that.
Councilor, thank you very much. And we'll welcome you to come and join us for that class.
Great. Other questions or comments? Thank you. Madam Clerk, can you call the roll on the motion, please?
Certainly, Mr. Mayor. Councilor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Councilor Lindell, Councilor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Councilor Cassett,
Yes.
Councilor Castro,
Yes.
Councilor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion passed.
Thank you. Could you take us to the next item then on the agenda?
Certainly. We are moving to item 10C. It's a request for approval of the Sourcewell Cooperative Agreement with Wex Bank for the purchase of fuel cards for the City of Santa Fe governmental fleet in the amount of $3,600,000. We have Procurement Manager Raymond Gunter here to answer questions.
I'd entertain a motion on this.
Second.
The motion, there's a second. Welcome. Could you please walk us through this item for people who are unfamiliar with it or who may be watching or listening at home and want to know what we'll be voting on? I'm not sure your mic is fully engaged.
How's that?
There's
Oh,
good
there-
news. Good news. Thank you.
There's a couple components to this that need to be addressed. One is the actual implementation of the WEX cards themselves to the vehicles, assets within the city. The other component of this is the actual decommissioning of the Siler fuel station, which Dave will talk to in a few minutes. So what we're doing is we are essentially continuing the WEX cards within the city that the Santa Fe Police Department is already using. And we're also going to be implementing those to the rest of the fleet. We have approximately somewhere between 1,200 assets at this given time. We have about 950 employees that have passed their DDCs that are eligible to drive city vehicles. And we're going to be implementing those with what they call driver identification numbers, which is basically a 6-digit PIN number that they'll put in when they fuel up for fuel. And that is for any location around the city. It could be around the state. For all intents and purposes, it could be around the country. So as a part of this is an update today in our dealings with the WEX, and we're going to be utilizing the Sourcewell Cooperative Agreement. They will provide us cards, and these cards will be entered. They would be placed in the glove box of the vehicle. So anybody that drives that specific vehicle will reach into the glove box, take the WEX card out, put it in the driver information number, the mileage, and that'll track that asset in perpetuity. I mean, it'll basically, you fill up, you'll put in the mileage. Let's say it's 10,000 miles. And the next time that somebody fills up, it'll be 10,300 miles. So this card will allow us analytics and to be able to analyze fuel usage and consumption throughout the city, which is something that we have with the WEX, with the Siler tank, but this will enable people to fuel up around the city. The WEX policy has already been approved, and we will be using that as a policy for how to use the WEX cards. Like I mentioned before, SFPD is already using the WEX cards, so that transition will be minimal, if any. And the usage of the WEX card is very easy to use. It's essentially the same thing that they would be doing now at the Siler location, where they put in their key fob and they put in the mileage and an identifier for that. We've been dealing with WEX in this transition for approximately a year now. And we recently got the notification. I think I mentioned that they were going to be printing the cards. They're already in the process of printing the cards. And we should be able to have those here and be able to implement that within the next couple of weeks with the driver identification numbers that coincide with the cards. Like I said, any gas station will be able to handle these. WEX is a well-known vendor in the industry itself for municipalities and governmental bodies to be able to provide these services. So we're, based on our past experience with the Santa Fe Police Department and other municipalities, we believe this program is in the best interest of the city and will serve long-term. The request that we have in terms of the 3.6 million is based on a projection that we have for $200,000 basically a month. We're not quite sure how the end dollar amount is going to be, but that's based on a projection that we're seeing. So we're asking for the 3.6 million until June 7th of 2025. And there's an option to renew that contract for an additional year. I'm trying to think what else I might have to say. That is all that I have to say right now. I'm sure that there will be questions that'll come up because I like questions. I'll hand it over to Dave to talk about the transition from the Siler.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the governing body. Scott did a great job in summarizing everything that is going on with the fuel station. And we're working in collaboration with the State of New Mexico Petroleum Storage Unit and facilities in what decommissioning the fuel station looks like. We're filling out the application currently. And I think this is a very good step in the future. This aligns with the city's goal of sustainability too. We're getting a lot of electric vehicles. The fuel station is going to go away eventually. Might as well do it now. And it's very convenient. It helps out operations in many city functions. And with that, that's all that I have to say for now. And we accept no questions.
Thank you both. Are there questions about this item from members of the governing body? Councilor Merriworth?
Thank you, Mayor. So I'm sorry, I have a problem with this mic. What are best practices around preventing fraudulent use of these cards? And I see here somewhere it's like page 2 of 4 in our packet. You know, there's a process. And there's a definition of what fraudulent use is, but how do we kind of provide oversight and maybe even prevent the fraudulent use of these cards?
Mayor and Councilor Romero Worth, WEX is known for its robust reporting capabilities, and it all stems from the driver identification number, one of those things, where they have to put in their unique 6-digit number that will identify that driver. And I want to emphasize this to everybody, that there is absolutely no sharing of those drivers' identification numbers. They have to be secure with that driver. The card, like I said, will be in the glove box, and that'll be where it is housed and to be able to use by multiple employees. We do get discrepancy reports that may come up, and we can set that up within WEX. For example, one of the things that we can do is we can limit the number of times that a vehicle is filled up for the course of a day. If somebody tries to go in and enter a PIN number that's not valid, then it will obviously reject the entry. There are also some other things that can do. If, for example, say somebody buys 91 octane versus the 86 octane, we'll get a report on that, or we'll get a notification that somebody is using that gas in that manner. We'll also get notifications if the transaction doesn't happen within a specific geographical area, and we can't do that. So I've worked with WEX, with another agency, and those reportings come in, those reports, the emails come when they're addressed. So I'm very confident. Oh, we also have the ability to say that, gallons per day if we want to. If somebody's purchasing a lot of gasoline, we're going to know it. And within the city of Santa Fe, I don't believe that really anybody that is using gas should be filling up more than twice a day. So we'll set up some levels of that so that if anybody fills up more than 3 times a day or 2 times a day, we'll get a notification. But there are going to be instances where the city will, people are traveling outside the city or out of state, and we can set up those configurations for that specific vehicle to handle them being able to fill up multiple times. So there's a lot of things, and like I said, it depends. It really starts with the security of the DIN number, and then from there we can change it if needed, reset the passwords. So and that'll be something that that I'll be managing from a 30,000 foot view.
Thank you. That's helpful. Maybe also lock the glove box.
Mayor, yes, Counselor Romero Worth, yes, that would be very helpful to lock the glove boxes.
Okay, just since you announced where you're putting them. That's all I have. Thank you, Mayor.
I apologize for that. I didn't realize that. Yes, sorry.
That's okay. That's okay. That's what we're here for. Councilor Lindell, you had a question?
I'm from the government. I'm here to help.
Yeah, exactly.
Thank you very much.
And I'm particularly interested in the term glove box, which is, it's a lovely concept that you keep your gloves in the glove.
Yes, Mayor, as you know, I do have my gloves and I do take them with me on a daily basis and I put them there.
Councilor Lindell, your turn.
A question. So how much does it cost us per gallon to use this card?
Mayor, Councilor Lindell, it is based on the gas price that is published, but we also do get discounted rates on the gas purchases as well. That is really determined based on the volume that we spend. And right now we don't have a real true measure of that volume of gas that we're going to be purchasing until we do get through a fiscal cycle.
We're saying 200,000 a month. If it's $3 a gallon, that's $66,666.
Yes.
So just an idea of like, what are we paying WEX in order for this service?
Mayor, Councilor Lindell, the reason for the service is twofold. One is to actually provide a mechanism, a relatively easy mechanism to purchase gas, have a controlled credit card. When I say credit card, fuel card, to do that, and also to get the reporting that is needed to be able to track this service. So there's a service component of this as well, along with the actual gas purchases. So that is the service aspect of the WEX card and the WEX service. So there is that. So there is a cost benefit there is a cost benefit with the reporting that you just can't get with a normal credit card.
Get it, but I mean, are we paying 20 cents more per gallon or 50 cents more per gallon?
Mayor, Councilor Lindell, I don't know if there's an actual increase on the per gallon price. It's the stated gas price. At least that's what we get when the reporting is done. So at this point, I can't really put a price on the service. I know that the more gas we do purchase is a discount rate that we are able to get. So to answer your question, at this point, I don't know the answer to that. I would have to go back in and find the actual cost for that service. And I apologize for not having that figure.
Okay, why don't you get that for us and let us all know?
I will be more than happy to do that.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Other questions? Yeah, very good. Thanks for the update. I do think we're all interested in general how a service like this works, what the company's business model is, so that we can get a picture of the actual transaction, not just at the pump, but in the overall work with WEX. So it's always good to know what the deal is that we're entering into.
Mayor's governing body, I appreciate the opportunity this evening, and I hope you have a nice night.
Thank you. Any other questions? Madam Clerk, can you call the roll?
Certainly, Mr. Mayor. Councilor Lindell,
Yes,
Councilor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Councilor Cassett,
Yes.
Councilor Castro,
Yes.
Councilor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Councilor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes,
Motion passed.
thank you. Thank you both for being here. Appreciate it. Next item, Madam Clerk.
Mayor, we're moving on to 10A. It's a consideration of a resolution sponsored by Mayor Alan Weber, authorizing city staff to apply to the New Mexico Film Office to designate the city's Midtown site as a qualified production facility.
Can I get a motion?
Move to approve.
Second.
We have a motion. We have a second. Nice to see you again. If you could just, for everybody's benefit, give us an overview of the significance of this authorization of this application to become a qualifying production facility and how that benefits the city. I'd love to hear that.
Yes, happy to, Mr. Mayor. So to clarify, Garson Studios, the studio facility that the city owns, is currently a qualified production facility. What this would do is it would expand that designation to include the outdoor, the whole site. And the state, as you probably know, the state of New Mexico administers a tax credit for the film industry. And this would allow films at the site to receive a 5% boost. And this has become a strategy to attract more films to the site. The city of Santa Fe has a few of these. Most of them are ranches and very southwestern backdrops, but at Midtown campus, we have a unique backdrop that can help attract more investment and more films to our community. I also want to thank Lee Logston for identifying this and bringing this forward as an opportunity.
Great, thank you. So if I can paraphrase what you said, this expands the applicable territory or area at Midtown and would in effect make us more attractive to more kinds of films that or video projects that would use Midtown and would benefit from having the larger area available with that state qualifying incentive.
That is correct, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, questions? Counselor Garcia, is your hand up? I can't tell for sure.
Yes, sir, it is, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
Thank you. Ms. Iverson or Lee, I don't know who the question would be directed to, but is there a deadline to apply for the state of New Mexico for this designation?
Mr. Mayor, Counselor Garcia, we would like to submit this application prior to the 1st of April so that the film that is currently at the campus can be the beneficiary of this enhanced state tax credit.
Okay. And the reason I ask is that this was introduced in an unconventional manner at the committee level. And usually we only do that if there is a time sensitivity for this. And is there any reason why we couldn't have applied for this 2 weeks after? I mean, I'm in support of this, but I don't want us to just be using the introduction at committee level to just get things through because we want we want to get things done quicker.
Mr. Mayor, Counselor Garcia, thank you. Yes, we're very sensitive to our requests to push things through for immediate action. If we have this approved at this meeting, we will be able to submit it prior to April 1st so that the film production currently that's going to commence at the site would receive the maximum benefit. So that is the deadline to have it into the state prior to April 1st.
So there's not a deadline from what I'm understanding. You're saying it's an arbitrary deadline because you want to increase the benefit to the production company that's utilizing our studio, but there's not a deadline, so to speak. Am I understanding that correct?
The question is, what's April 1st is significant in what respect?
Mr. Mayor, Counselor Garcia, in order for the film that is currently leasing the site to receive the maximum benefit, we need to submit this application to the state by April 1st. That is the deadline for us to submit this for the film to receive the maximum benefit.
So to answer Counselor Garcia's question, that is a deadline that we're expediting this in order to meet. Back to you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So it sounds like this is a deadline set for an external purpose, not internal. And again, I'm in favor of this, but I want us to caution us in regards to how we use the introduction process, because this is going to benefit an external partner, not the city of Santa Fe. And if this were to go through the regular introduction process where it gets introduced tonight and approved in 2 weeks, I think that would have been fair as well. There's not a hard set deadline that we're working against, and I'm just surprised that it was approved, as there have been instances in the past where I've wanted to introduce legislation and we have not been given the city attorney's approval because there had not been a hard fast deadline, so to speak. So no other questions, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Counselor. Other questions or comments? Counselor Mayor Worth.
Thank you, Mayor. So in order to get the film credit, we, the city, have to apply, not the external film production company or group that's going to benefit.
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Romero Worth, that's correct. The city has to be the applicant and that application has to be in by April 1st.
And if we were to have gone the regular process and applied and not pass this and miss the April 1st deadline, then they would not have been eligible for as much funding as they will be if we, the city, can make this application by April 1st.
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Romero Worth, this is a demonstration of good partnership for a film that's having a very large economic impact in our community. We wanted to make every effort to submit this application in time so that they have the maximum, can be afforded the maximum ability. And had we had not, they would have received less of a state tax credit.
And again, we are the ones who have to apply for that. We, the city, have to apply to the state for that. It's not something that we give this designation and then the external group applies.
Yes, we are, the applicant is the city of Albuquerque, or
Santa
excuse
Fe.
me, excuse me. Whoa.
Sorry, I confused you earlier by taking you back in time. So we'll bring you back.
The application is submitted from the city of Santa Fe. It needs to submit the application.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Other questions? Very good. No more discussion. We will call the roll, please, Madam Clerk.
Certainly, Mr. Mayor. Councilor Romero Worth.
Yes.
Councilor Cassett.
Yes.
Councilor Castro.
Yes.
Councilor Lee Garcia.
Yes.
Councilor Michael Garcia.
Yes.
Councilor Lindell. Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion passed.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. Next item, Madam Clerk.
Next item is 10B. It's consideration of a resolution sponsored by Councilor Michael Garcia, Councilor Pilar Faulkner, Councilor Lee Garcia, Councilor Carol Romero Worth, and Councilor Jamie Cassett. Resolution calling on the city manager to designate appropriate entities and departments within the city to ensure safe and accessible use of bicycle and pedestrian facilities by establishing a regular inspection schedule for bicycle and pedestrian infrastructure and developing and maintaining a geographic information system inventory for recording the physical condition of bicycle and pedestrian infrastructure, and calling on the mayor to include the ongoing maintenance of bicycle and pedestrian infrastructure in his proposed annual budget.
Point of order, Mayor.
Councilor Mayor Worth.
I think it would be helpful if the city attorney could help us with what we can and can't do here tonight, just to sort of pave the way for this conversation. So my understanding is the way that the caption reads on the agenda for the resolution that is in front of us is accurate. But we do have, and the sponsors have all been working for the last 2 weeks on Amendment D, which is in the packet. And if we adopt Amendment D, that does change the nature of the caption. The amendments would no longer match with the caption as it's been presented in the agenda. And I believe the city attorney has some advice to us about how we should proceed around that. Am I correct in that?
Mayor, councilors, I would have to pose the question to you, which is what I've done on other resolutions when we amend the caption. So I think this might be a little bit preemptory at this point. So I think.
Well, and just so you know, I think there's confusion up here about what we're doing. Like, there's been a rumor that there's a caption issue and that maybe we shouldn't even be talking about this, but kicking it forward to the next meeting. And I don't think that's the advice I understood from you. And so I'm just trying to bring us all up to speed about what the issue is and what we're trying to do.
Mayor, councilors, you do have a proposed amendment that does add a lot of text to the caption. And I think, so right now you have the original caption and the original resolution in front of you. I don't think any amendments at this point have been adopted. There are 3 included in the packet, A, C, and D. B was under review, but was never moved forward at this point. So that's why there's not a B. A, C, and D are all in the packet. Some of them propose changes to the caption. This is a resolution, which means it's not a bill governing the public. So it's not held to the same standard as a bill would be in terms of due process and lawmaking. So the caption does not need to be published in the newspaper, which is what we do for bills. And that has to happen at least 2 weeks in advance, or it's either 14 or 15 days. I always forget which one, 14. But that is not a requirement for this piece of legislation because it's a resolution that is more about how the city looks at its own operations. In this case, budgeting and prioritization and systems and looking at infrastructure. So the question is about Open Meetings Act and whether or not the caption puts the public on reasonable notice of what action you end up taking. So that's the question that you'll have to consider as to whether or not you should adopt tonight or if you want to update the caption in a future agenda. I think you can discuss the resolution tonight. You can discuss proposed amendments. And then I think that's just the question is this reasonably within what the public's been put notice about or not? They are definitely related ideas. They're definitely about improving the city's systems, all of these resolutions in relation to infrastructure related to cycling and pedestrian use of city infrastructure. So if that general category puts the public on reasonable notice of everything that's adopted, then that's the question. That's the position the city would have if you voted on it tonight. If it goes beyond what we think we've put the public on notice about in the agenda, then I would recommend that you delay your final action at least, and that way the updated caption could be put onto an agenda. We couldn't update a caption without consideration of the amendment or a separate resolution.
Thank you.
Move to approve.
So I think I'm sorry, go ahead, Councilor Garcia.
I said motion to approve.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, so,
Mayor?
Yeah.
I'd like to move Amendment D.
Second.
There's a motion to move Amendment D in our packet. And there's a second. Do you want to, whoever wants to individually or collectively describe for the people who are not able to read Amendment D, get a fix on what this amendment is about? Councilor Michael Garcia, sir, your hand's up. You go ahead.
Sure, I'm happy to do so. I just wanted to raise my hand in regards to the previous comments by the city attorney. It was my recollection that when this resolution was before finance and there was the previous proposed amendments, there wasn't a concern in regards to changing the caption and thus delaying the vote. So I'm a bit surprised that this has come up for consideration tonight. So I just want to make that statement. And I'm okay with
Councilor. I was not present at that meeting and I was not asked that question. The answer would have been the same.
I'm going to move forward with my comments on the amendment. And so first off, I just want to thank my colleagues, Councilor Faulkner, Councilor Romero Worth and Councilor Cassett for working together on this amendment package. As Councilor Romero Worth had noted, we met over the past 2 weeks to develop this pretty intensive amendment packet that incorporates previous proposed amendments as well as some new amendments. We've had some long discussion around, I think there was the meat of the discussion really revolved around some of the, how do we get an appropriate avenue of funding situated for bicycle pedestrian infrastructure maintenance in the city of Santa Fe. And ultimately what we've landed on is a 3-step process. The first step will be guiding staff to develop a formula based on the bicycle and pedestrian infrastructure versus the vehicular infrastructure. The second part of the process is to create a line item in the general budget. And then the third step of the process is to use that formula to fund the line item. There are multiple more amendments than that. I'm counting 15 total amendments in this amendment package. There was some language that based off of the Mayor's Committee on Disability, we've incorporated some of their recommendations into this amendment package, as well as some recommendations from the city's Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Committee into this package. So I think we've not only have the 4 councilors really looked at this, but we've had external stakeholders like BPAC, the Mayor's Committee on Disability really look at this. I think this is a great step forward with this resolution. It definitely allows us to plan appropriately to fund our bicycle and pedestrian infrastructure as while looking towards the future. I'm happy to hand it off to any of my colleagues that helped to draft this amendment package, Mr. Mayor. So I'll yield the floor.
Thank you, Councilor. Are any of the other sponsors of this comprehensive and multifaceted amendment, do you want to speak to it? Walk us through the parts you're particularly interested in having the public be aware of. Councilor Cassett?
Sure. I would agree that a lot of the conversation around how do we look at this through the budgeting process, how do we make sure that it is a very involved process for all of the different stakeholders, as well as transparent and sustainable, as well as being fiscally responsible. How do we find that balance and that ratio, essentially, which I've been told not to use as much because apparently it confused people, but how do we make sure that we are not just looking at vehicular infrastructure, but also bike and ped, and that we as a governing body, as well as the public, understand what that investment looks like. So I think that is really the key piece that Councilor Garcia brought up, that I really appreciate my colleagues working with us on, as well as a lot of conversations that Councilor Romero Worth and I had with staff trying to understand some of the processes. The other piece that I think is really crucial is the conversations around when does a review of the budget come to BPAC, as well as the Mayor's Committee on Disability, and really that conversation around that mid-year budget, that as we start to review it, and so that there is a very in-depth understanding of what was budgeted and what did that get us. And so those opportunities for feedback are happening early enough that it can be considered as the different departments bring forward their proposals for the year. I think it's also the recognition that there are a few different departments that this is going to be housed in, and will be important as we continue to move through. It's obviously Public Works as a whole. But yeah, right. I'm sorry. One department, different divisions, because are we called the Complete Streets Division and the Parks Division, or the Parks Department? Oh, great. Wonderful. So we are not one of our departments that has multiple departments. So one department, but multiple divisions. So as we look at, we have some that have a department and then under there's our departments. It's quite confusing. But also understanding that we are going to be looking at, you know, the Parks Division is going to really be looking at those trails as well as the streets, Complete Streets Division, and how that's going to be impacting sidewalks and bike lanes. I will hand it over to Councilor Romero Worth for anything that I potentially missed.
Councilor Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. I do want to walk through some of this, some of the changes that have been made. I think some of the points we've added, as Councilor Garcia mentioned, there were changes that were offered by the mayor's Committee on Disability. Thank you. I was getting that mixed up. And by the Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Committee. And we did go through those pretty carefully, and we added a lot of the suggestions that were brought by them. So I just want to start on page 3, and I think this is an important piece. We've heard a lot about the condition of sidewalks in the city, and there is a lot of deferred maintenance across the city, and it's sidewalks, it's roads, it's other things. And one of the whereas clauses that we added 2 whereas clauses, one that says it's important to note that the maintenance of sidewalks is generally the responsibility of adjacent property owners and not the city, as is described in the Santa Fe ordinances, section 23-1.6 to 1.8. Then we also added that it is the responsibility of the city to maintain city-owned bicycle and pedestrian infrastructure. So I think that's important to note. We also let's see, it's going to be page 4. Lines 4 through 7, there's a whereas clause where the Mayor's Committee on Disability asked that we add the word rolling, whereas these pavement markings provide all road users with information they can use to adjust driving, bicycling, rolling, and walking behavior, or to make calculated decisions about traveling, and the visibility of such pavement markings for all users can be the difference between a safe trip and a disastrous collision. And this was with regard to, you know, the pavement markings that delineate pedestrian crossings, bicycle roadway lanes, travel transitions, sharrows, green lane markings, and other delineators that are essential elements of the transportation infrastructure. There were 2 whereas clauses added to talk about the Americans with Disabilities Act. I'll just read them. Whereas compliance with the Americans with Disabilities Act, Title II, requires that people with disabilities be given an equal opportunity to benefit from all city programs and services, and that all programs and services are accessible and usable to all citizens, tourists, and guests with disabilities in the city. And whereas, to the extent that there are not alternative designs, products, or technologies that result in substantially equivalent or greater accessibility and usability, the city's construction of sidewalks, shared use paths, or other pedestrian circulation paths must include a pedestrian access route accessible to and traversable by individuals with disabilities. Those 2 whereas clauses, again, very important conversation about the compliance issues with the Americans with Disabilities Act, and that did come up in previous hearings. On page 6, recommend to the mayor that the mayor's proposed budget include an ongoing maintenance of city-owned bicycle and pedestrian infrastructure. Again, just being clear that city-owned maintenance is what we're talking about, not the privately developed public infrastructure. We put back yes.
I don't think my pages are coinciding with yours. Are you?
I'm sorry.
Are you from the packet?
Yes. Are you on page? Oh, page 6 of the bill, sorry.
Thank you.
So are we in the amendment now?
Well, I've been going through the red line.
Is mine,
Red
okay,
line.
the red line, thank you.
Sorry,
Page 6 of the red line.
yeah. Page 6 of the red line, but I'm not looking at the packet page. I'm looking at the resolution page. Sorry, that wasn't lining up.
Thank
There had been conversation. We had taken out the BPAC recommendations. We did put those back in, and we did also add the following whereas clause. The May 11th, 2023 BPAC recommendations highlight the need for a system to assess and prioritize maintenance and repair of the city's bicycle and pedestrian infrastructure. Another Americans with Disability Act note in a letter dated December 14th, 2023, the Mayor's Committee on Disability stated that the Americans with Disabilities Act compliance is an obligation of the City of Santa Fe, and this resolution and funding will integrate several major aspects of ADA compliance into the city's infrastructure. Additional amendments and whereas clauses note that the city was recently honored with a silver level bicycle friendly community award. That award had not previously been noted in the resolution. There are a number of, and I won't read them all, there are a number of whereas clauses that note that award and what it means. I'll just read quickly. This award recognizes the city for its commitment to creating transportation and recreational resources that benefits its residents of all ages and abilities while encouraging healthier and more sustainable transportation choices. We go on to say that the city aspires to attain a gold level BFC award from the League of American Bicyclists by 2033. And then finally, before we get into kind of what the resolution directs, we just give a little lesson, I suppose, in how the city is structured. The city's Complete Streets Division in the Public Works Department oversees the maintenance of the streets, sidewalks, and drainage infrastructure of the city, including snow removal, concrete construction, grading, sweeping, pavement maintenance, engineering and inspection, and drainage maintenance and administration. And the city's Parks and Open Space Division also in the Public Works Department oversees the maintenance of public multi-use trails. Then, has been noted, there are, I guess, 4 be it further resolved clauses. The first one says that the governing body supports BPAC's recommendations and calls on the city manager to designate appropriate departments and entities within the city to 1, continue to develop a public-facing management and prioritization system for the maintenance and repair of bicycle and pedestrian infrastructure for safety and accessibility, and 2, develop a formula that identifies a certain share of funding for annual maintenance and repair of bicycle and pedestrian infrastructure from the funding provided for vehicle infrastructure generally. Be it further resolved that a formula shall inform the Complete Streets Division and the Parks and Open Space Division's annual budget requests to the mayor. That formula, again, would be derived from city staff. And then be it further resolved that the governing body directs the city manager to identify the amount of the proposed budget that is budgeted for the annual maintenance and repair of bicycle and pedestrian infrastructure. That's how we see every year how much money we're spending, and the city manager is asked to provide that amount so that we know what we're spending, and we can use that to see how we're doing in terms of working with getting maintenance and repair done. And then finally, that be it further resolved that the governing body asks BPAC and the Mayor's Committee on Disability to review the mid-year budgets for the maintenance and repair of bicycle and pedestrian infrastructure and to provide input on the budgets for consideration by the mayor for the upcoming fiscal year. And I think just so everybody understands kind of There's a lot of work that's been put into this in the last 2 weeks. I thank the city attorney for the work that's been done, also our legislative services staff who've worked hard on this. And then, of course, the 4 counselors, we've had 2 meetings and worked together to figure out how to really tighten this up and make it, I think, a better resolution. I do want to clear up one, I think, issue that's been out there, which is that if we passed this resolution or the resolution as it was originally introduced, the accompanying FIR, I think people thought that maybe what we were doing was accepting that as what would be required of the city in terms of funding. And I just maybe since we have Director Wheeler back, welcome back. Happy to have you back. We've missed you in this conversation, but I think it's really important that we talk a little bit about what FIRs are and that you know, they really are a you know, they help us understand what kinds of costs we might incur if we adopt particular things, but they are by no means a commitment to that funding. I mean, that has to happen through our budgeting process, and priorities have to be weighed. You know, we have lots of needs across the city. This isn't the only place that is demanding our attention, and we have limited resources. And we have, you know, 70% of the city's budget comes from GRT, and that, as the gross receipts taxes, we know that's a volatile revenue source. We don't have a diverse streams of funding. We also don't have streams of funding like the state that are growing exponentially. So we are really constrained. We are really limited. We do have to make choices among all the needs in the city. And Director Wheeler, again, welcome back. If you could just comment, passing this resolution in its current form or even in its amended form is not guaranteeing a particular level of funding as identified in the FIRs.
Thank you so much, Mayor. Councilor Romero Worth. It's good to be back. Thank you for the time and space to take a great vacation. I think I would leave the legal determination of what the resolution does and doesn't do to the city attorney. But what I would say from my experience in developing FIRs associated with resolutions, one good example would be the community development plan for Midtown that was adopted, interestingly enough, almost exactly 1 year back from before today on March 29th, 2023. And we attached an FIR to that Midtown development plan adoption resolution. And it indicated annual spending, you know, as we move through into the implementation phase of Midtown for $3 million the first year, $5 million the second year, indicating that as staff went into the work of implementing the resolution, that there would need to be funding found, governing body approval secured for that funding, you know, contracts released and work to be done. So the funding part does really have a separate process, whether it's bringing in grants and getting them approved by the governing body, whether it's a bar from one-time revenues that are available, whether it's from operating budget, that's approved, I believe, by governing body in the separate, but the FIR is meant to foreshadow the costs that are potentially incurred as the resolution is implemented over time. And I apologize for anything that I put in the FIR that wasn't helpful in making that clear.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And with that, Mayor, I think that's, I mean, happy to answer questions. But I think that kind of outlines the nature of the changes that are being offered in Amendment D.
Thank you. Any other, I guess, Councillor Faulkner is not able to be with us tonight. She is also listed in the aforementioned amendments. Other questions at this time? Comments? Councillor Lindell.
Thank you, Mayor. Ms. McSherry, does the accompanying FIR, what what are the legal implications of that FIR with this resolution?
Remember, counselors, FIRs don't have a legal consequence per se. They're supposed to be a supplemental material that helps the governing body consider what the potential impacts of their action could be. There's no appropriation being made in either the original resolution or the amended resolution. Appropriations have to be made by the governing body, and the budget is established by a proposal from the mayor under our charter. So this is not a budget document, but the FIR is required. It's required to be submitted along with legislation under city ordinance. And I think there's been a lot of discussion about how to reflect costs in FIRs. And I think there's been discussion at the city of how to maybe update the guidance on fiscal impact reports. They're a way to, I think the original estimates were the idea of if the governing body wanted to propose the changes, and then if they were implemented into a budget, that was the estimate of the costs from the Public Works Department. The resolution itself didn't appropriate funds, and there's not really a way for a resolution to do that unless it is the budget itself, which is upcoming in the next few months.
Thank you. So Sweeler, this says that the funding for this, it does tell us where it comes from. It's going to come from the monies that are dedicated to vehicle infrastructure. What's vehicle infrastructure monies?
Thank you, Mayor. Councilor Lindell. What I would say that would be is really the Complete Streets operating budget, for one, would be a big chunk of vehicle operating infrastructure money. That's what Complete Streets does. They keep the street lights going, the signals going, the striping, the pavement, the drainage, so that we have safe streets. And then we also have capital investment that we do in our pavement rehabilitation appropriations. That would be another piece of vehicle infrastructure money, I would think. And then we do also have capital projects run by our capital projects manager, Ramela Glorioso Moss, big money going into new roads, trails, complete streets and trails. So I think that may be the whole world of vehicle funding, vehicle infrastructure funding, if that sounds correct.
Okay. So I'm not particularly comfortable with the attached FIR with this resolution. I'm also not particularly comfortable that this says that we support and accept the BPAC recommendations. I see in here that it does say that we had a presentation on this. We didn't really have a presentation on this. We had a very truncated, abbreviated, I don't know, 7 or 8 page as compared to the actual document, which is many more pages and has many more specifics. I would have been much more comfortable if we could have had a presentation on that rather than just asking us to accept those recommendations without a conversation about them. The other thing that I heard was that this calls for the creation of a line item in the budget. I didn't see that. Did I miss that? Is that in here?
Counselor Lindell, can I answer?
Sure.
So the one of the drafts said that, but after submitting this through the city attorney's office, it was pointed out to us that we the council can't direct what is or isn't in the mayor's budget. And so the language was modified to say that directing the city manager to provide that information. and it's, let me just read it. It's on page 8 of the resolution, and it's lines 2 through 4. Be it further resolved that the governing body directs the city manager to identify the amount of proposed budget that is budgeted for the annual maintenance and repair of bicycle and pedestrian infrastructure. That way, you know, I think it's important for us to know how much is there. And because we were advised we can't create a line item, this was the workaround.
I think the city attorney's hand is up to comment on that, Counselor Lindell.
Thank you, Mayor Weber. Councilors, I just want to clarify that. So the council could mandate that your own budget that you adopt has a line item if you'd like to do so. And it just wasn't clear which budget. And I understand that you did not want, so the sponsor of the amendment didn't want to specify that for themselves. So the idea was rather the information will be there if you would like it. And if you want to take that into account when you are making your decisions in the final budget. And should you want to include that in your final budget, you may. And if the mayor wants to include it in his budget, he may. And you all have the information to do with it as you wish.
I think Counselor Michael Garcia, your hand was up and then you just took it down. Did you want to comment on Counselor Lindell's question?
I think, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilor Romero pointed it out, but it's also on page 7 as well, line 23, beginning with line 23, be it further resolved that the formula shall inform the complete streets divisions and the parks open space divisions annual budget requests to the mayor. So it's also incorporated in that fashion as well, Councilor Lindell.
You're saying that that's on page 7. What line, Counselor?
So I'm looking at the blue line version.
Yes.
Red line, blue line / red line, page 7,
Yes.
line 23. It's that last be it further resolved that the formula shall inform the complete streets divisions and the parks open space divisions annual budget requests to the mayor.
Okay.
Thank you. Do I still have the floor?
Yes,
Yeah.
you do.
Can I just tag on to what the city attorney said? I think that the issue for us creating our own line item in the budget, the whole idea, the whole idea is you want this information out there. What are we spending on bicycle maintenance and repair and of bicycle and pedestrian infrastructure? So then we can look at how much money was budgeted, how much money was spent, what is the need. The prioritization system will identify and prioritize kind of the need and what needs to happen next. So we'll have a sense of what the need is. Then we'll have to look at the resources and see, you know, what can we do? Then I think the idea was you have BPAC and the mayor's Committee on Disability also look and say, hey, you know, based on our user experience, we may have some additional ideas for you to consider in what is prioritized and therefore maybe what is ultimately funded. And I think having the city manager provide the information about what the funding is early would be advisable so that that whole process can work rather than putting it as that we put it in at the time we adopt the budget. I don't know. I think, again, this was something that came up late, trying to make it work, and there has not, you know, could it be done differently? Sure. Was there time to think about it differently? No. So this is what we have.
Councilor Lindell, you still have the floor.
So on page 8, line 20 and 21 talks about develop a formula that identifies a certain share of funding for annual maintenance and repair of bike and pedestrian infrastructure from the funding provided for vehicle infrastructure. So what are the considerations of that formula? Well, I mean, that is wide open to where are we going with this?
Mayor,
And why doesn't it say where we're going?
Counselor Casson.
yes, we did. We had a robust conversation around this because there are a number of ways that we could calculate this. Is it miles of bike and pedestrian infrastructure as opposed to vehicular? Is it square footage? Is it the users? And what we really wanted to do was basically punt back to the experts in this arena of how they can best create a formula that does create an equitable share of the funding that is going towards our, transportation infrastructure and making sure that bikes and peds are getting their fair share, and that it's not just kind of being swallowed up by vehicular. So the reason that we decided to leave that open was the understanding that we are not the ones who are going to have the expertise, and that this is probably going to be something that is going to take some time to figure out, as well as the ability for them to put in any other considerations that we did not think of. At minimum, we do want it to be a percentage, really looking at the amount of infrastructure, how that is best defined. And again, we believe that the Public Works Department, the Complete Streets Division, and the Parks Division would be the ones who would be best able to grapple with this and look at the variety of different considerations that would need to go into that.
Well, I appreciate that, but boy, it is wide open to what the future might look like. Is that formula good for, it's just so wide open and doesn't really give us any specifics of what we're approving. So those are some issues that I have. I'm really uncomfortable with the FIR, and I wish that we would modify that or somehow divorce that from this resolution, because I don't think that it's indicative of where we are or really where we're going. So those are some major concerns that I have about this. I appreciate that the last 2 weeks, this underwent some major revision. Councilor Romero Worth, I know that you have put an awful lot of hours into this in the last 2 weeks, and I appreciate it very much. It certainly is improved from what we started with, but I don't have a great comfort level with numerous parts of this. Thank you, Mayor.
Counselor, other comments or questions at this time? Counselor Castro.
So very quickly, I just wanted to confirm that emergency vehicles and buses, for example, are part of that vehicle piece.
Could you repeat the question?
I apologize. I just want clarity on what vehicle means if we're sort of looking at the investment on bike and ped versus vehicle transport.
I can answer that if that's okay, Mr.
Counselor Casson.
So we are actually not looking at the specific vehicles. We are looking at the infrastructure which the vehicles or pedestrians or bikes are carried on. So yes, I mean, they use our road system, and so they would absolutely be included. And of course, with the design of roads, I know that vehicle or emergency vehicle access is always taken into consideration. We have a lot of conversation around that with all road conversation.
Perfect. Thank you. I just wanted to put a pin in that because I know we do talk a lot about emergency vehicle access. Thank you.
You. Councillor Lee Garcia, sir, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. And I wanted to commend the 4 counselors who worked on this amendment. I think that you know, it was a lot of work in collaboration together. And you know, I think that it's a tricky it's a very tricky task to try to give direction without choking it out, to put out with, to not find a better terminology, but when you get too detailed, then there's no ebb and flow for it in the future. And I think, you know, with the way that our city is laid out and the way that direction of our continued development and how we're looking to be an old city with futuristic capabilities, I think that that's important not to lose sight of. Just wanted to commend the 4 counselors who did work on this, and I appreciate their work on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Cassidy?
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. And I did just want to kind of piggybacking off of both Councillor Lee Garcia's comments and Councillor Lindell's comments around some of the how we left this open. I think one of the things that I always try to remember is that we will you know, it's always possible that in a year we're going to look at what we did and say, oops, and have to come back and fix it. But for me, the reason that I feel really comfortable with leaving this as is goes back to the idea of trusting staff. The Complete Streets Division is not going to abandon vehicular streets. They're just not. Again, as Councilor Merworth mentioned, when staff comes to the table, and then ultimately when we take a look at that budget, we have that full picture of all of the different needs that we have to balance. I do think that this will probably be a learning process. And again, I trust that staff in a year or 2, if there is something that is challenging about the way that this resolution has been written, that is providing more hurdles and opportunities, that they will be able to come to us again through those resident advisory committees and then through the council to make those shifts as needed as we work to find the balance. You know, we are in a new era with this, and we haven't spent as much time discussing the asset management system, which I am very excited about. The fact that we will be able to start taking a look at our infrastructure, and the public will be able to see it and to rate it, to understand, you know, what's doing okay, what is not doing well at all, and, you know, what do we have some more time on, and how we're able to do some prioritization that way. So I think that is also really going to inform this. And if I'm not correct, correct me, but I don't think that this stops at bicycle and pedestrian, where we've talked about some of our asset management systems that are coming online. We're not just talking about trails and bike lanes and sidewalks. We are talking about other aspects of our infrastructure, of our facilities, of our, you know, of all the capital that we are in charge of. So I also think that this component will be beneficial as we continue to move forward with this and see where this takes us. We might need to tweak it later, but I think that this lays a good balance to at least start getting that work done. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Before we go any further, I want to clarify the question that was raised initially by Councillor Merworth about the caption and whether people feel comfortable with the caption reflecting the amendment. It's a pretty, if you look at the number of lines through words and substitute words, it's significant reflection of the amount of work that the councillors put into crafting this amendment. I don't want to bypass the conversation about whether we feel comfortable that the caption of the amendment and the caption that's advertised are reflective of what we've been discussing. Councillor Merworth?
Well, Mayor, I guess I could argue that two ways. I think we are still talking about bicycle and pedestrian infrastructure. We are still talking about a system that would, what are the words, assess and prioritize the condition of that infrastructure. We are still talking about a budget process, how we inform that budget process. So I don't think this is a bait and switch. I think it's just a different approach to get to some things that have been called out as needed. But yeah, is it the same way? Is it the same way that it was? Are we taking the path as it was defined in the original resolution? No.
I don't think the city attorney is going to give us an answer to the question. I think it's up to us to decide. And then if we're willing to say it meets the test, then we can continue to proceed. If we feel like there's a substantial difference that makes a difference to how we treat the public engagement, I think to Councilor Garcia's earlier question about process and making sure we don't do anything that is in the least bit speculative, we can take a path of caution. But I don't think it's up to me to make a ruling one way or the other as the chair. I think it's the sense of the governing body that should dictate.
And I guess we're not quite there yet. So we have, I think, under the current caption, the absolute ability to talk about the resolution, to amend the resolution, to adopt the resolution that we have a motion and a second for, and that we have been discussing, Amendment D. I think that conversation that you're talking about comes up with, do we want to then, if we adopt the Amendment D, do we then want to vote on final passage?
Yeah, I just didn't want to let that slip through the cracks as we deal with some of the substantive issues of the amendment itself. So we'll let it lie for the moment. I want to weigh in with some of my concerns. I've spoken out forcefully in favor of complete streets approach to our infrastructure and the need to really readdress our overall mobility plans for Santa Fe. I think we are required, as we look at the city's future, the land use patterns, reevaluating our general plan, transportation, infrastructure, mobility are critical to our city's future and our mobility. That said, I have grave misgivings about the whole process that has brought us this resolution. I don't think it's been marked with great transparency. The fact that we are endorsing recommendations of a strategic plan that we've never actually dug into in any depth, that gives us the opportunity to evaluate the strategic plan, I think is procedurally a mistake. I don't think we are identifying for the public or for our own department heads or for ourselves as a governing body what the key recommendations are in the strategic plan. And I believe we've got the cart before the horse, or maybe the bicycle sidecar in front of the bicycle. There are really interesting and important recommendations and findings in that strategic plan, including funding sources that are identified, such as roads impact fees that could be put toward the bicycle infrastructure, as identified on page 8 of the strategic plan. There are issues identified in the strategic plan with the composition of BPAC. There are issues involved and identified in the strategic plan with the current uses to which the bicycle infrastructure is put. And perhaps most significantly, the strategic plan says that the most likely future to unfold among 4 scenarios identified by BPAC says that 0.5, talking about a formula, 0.5% of the total federal, state, and city funding allocated for multimodal transportation. The most likely scenario says 0.5%. It suggests that 1% of the city population will bicycle, walk to work, school, shopping, or recreation. So we're talking about a 1% share of the modal split. These are things we ought to be discussing before we adopt the recommendations of this strategic plan. It suggests some very significant improvements that we could and should be making. It points out, for example, and I endorse this, by the way, although I would like to have a full-fledged discussion of it, it suggests that we are way overdue in our approach to facilitating speed traffic calming measures, that we have not updated our traffic calming program since 2013. I think that's really important, but we haven't talked about it. We haven't talked about the emphasis that we need to place not only on bicycles and pedestrians, but on transit. And I appreciate you raising the question about emergency vehicles, but more to the point, if we're going to be a truly multimodal city, we ought to be expending at least this amount of energy and attention and numbers of hours that you 4 have put into this resolution into an assessment of what it's going to take for us to have a 21st century transit system for Santa Fe. Because without that, we really are an automotive centric city. And yet that hasn't come before us for discussion. I don't know what the modal split is right now, but I can tell you that according to the BPAC strategic plan, bicycles are today primarily used for recreation, not for commuting. And that's something we need to acknowledge and address. And particularly if we're going to talk about formulas for spending, how do we create a formula that reflects both the reality of the use of bicycles in our community and also transit as a part of our ultimate mobility strategy. So I think transparency is a big issue here. And I think we're adopting recommendations that we haven't ever fully discussed. Secondly, I think there's an issue of trust, and Councilor Lindell has more gingerly and softly tiptoed around this subject, as has Councilor Maraworth. But I think we have falsely raised an expectation in the minds of some of our residents that adopting this resolution also commits us to an expenditure of dollars, and that these are linked as a package. And I think the public deserves to know, and should have known from the get-go, that the resolution, even as drafted initially, was not allocating money, and that we don't budget by resolution. And yet I've been reading in the newspaper and getting emails from constituents who are very eager for the spending to begin that would, in their minds at least, based on how this process has been managed, almost automatically result in bicycle expenditures. And I'm afraid that we're going to, as a governing body, have to do some remedial work to reposition and re-educate and clarify what the actual implementation of this resolution is, insofar as the expectation that has been raised that there is an almost automatic financial component to adopting a series of intentions around our bicycle and pedestrian community. So the idea, I also think, by the way, for what it's worth, that thanks to the work of the counselors who have devoted countless hours to this, we have a much better resolution. I don't have any problem saying that out loud. I think it's a really a great effort of partnership and collaboration among members of the council, and I salute it. But I think that that you are working very hard, and yet we still have these deep issues of transparency and trust that, in the absence of a discussion about the role of transit, the actual recommendations of the strategic plan, how this strategic plan fits into the MPO strategic plan. This is important stuff for the future of our city. And I don't think that the way this resolution has been managed actually reflects how we do the best job for the public of establishing a really sound footing for our transportation and mobility future. So I really think it's in some ways well-intended, but not procedurally and substantively brought to us in a package that makes it easy for all of us to feel good about the process, the recommendations that are embedded in it, and where we go forward in creating some of these formulas and other elements that if you were to do it based on modal split, wouldn't really fit the intention of the drafters of this resolution, I think, or of the BPAC community. So I see you nodding, Councilor Castro. Do you want to offer some thoughts? And Councilor Michael Garcia, I'll come to you in a minute.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. So I do just want to thank you for putting emphasis on multimodal transit. I personally am a big advocate for us expanding our buses, and so that's really important for me. I do understand that this particular subcommittee is bicycle and pedestrian, and that's why it wasn't included. And I want to just make sure and maybe ask the sponsors if there's some other thoughts around other types of transportation.
I can defer to Councilor Michael Garcia as the primary sponsor of the BPAC resolution. I can speak to some aspects of the amendment and the conversations there, but I'll defer to Councilor Garcia first.
Councilor Michael Garcia, sir, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilor Castro, can you clarify what you mean by alternate modes of transportation? Because as Councilor Cassidy had mentioned, we're here focusing on bicycle and pedestrian infrastructure, and that can mean many things, but those are the intended, the users, cyclists
Exactly.
and pedestrians and anybody using that type of infrastructure. As you can see in the proposed amendments, we want to make sure that sometimes a pedestrian is not always an able-bodied person. It might be a person that is using an alternative mode of transportation, such as a wheelchair. And so hopefully that helps to clarify.
Yes, and so are we possibly including in pedestrian folks that are maybe walking from bus stop to bus stop?
Yes, that is part of the pedestrian infrastructure. Yes.
Councilor Garcia, you had your hand. Are you? Oh, I'm sorry, Councilor Cass.
I'm happy to respond. And again, I think that there are a couple different pieces of this puzzle. This conversation is really about maintenance, repair of bicycle and pedestrian infrastructure. Now, in terms of new infrastructure, we have had some pretty robust conversations around that, specifically looking at through the MPO. We have about $25 million, I think maybe even more of dollars being spent right now on new bicycle and pedestrian infrastructure. But I would also say, public transit, it's not just the roads and sidewalks. That's definitely a piece of it. I know I've had many conversations around our bus stops. They're not lit. They're not covered. We do not have great technology to tell us whether or not our buses are coming. I mean, we know that there are some other needs here, but also some conversations around routes and how do the routes best serve our community. And there is integration there. But I think for the purpose of this resolution, it really is looking at the condition of our roads, our sidewalks, our trails. Are they striped? Are they paved? Are they free of trip hazards? Are they accessible for different users? So I think that public transit and the way that we are able to deliver public transit in the city is a related topic, but not the subject of this resolution. I think if we started to get into that, we'd be experiencing mission drift.
Thank you so much. I see the floor.
Counselor Michael Garcia, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for the questions and the discussion we've had. I must admit that I'm completely offended by your claims of lack of transparency, Mr. Mayor. As I've stated multiple times throughout this entire process, this is something that BPAC has been working on for years. Nearly 2 years we've been working on this. And so this has been a process that has been conducted out in the open. Not only has it been out in the open, it's been through the committee process multiple times. BPAC had a special meeting on it. It's been at the Mayor's Committee on Disability. So I'm deeply offended by those claims. I want to go back to maybe some misconceptions that I've heard from some of my colleagues. And so I'm going to refer folks to page, this is page 7 of the amendment package, the red line. And so on line 16, it states, now therefore be it resolved that the governing body of the city of Santa Fe supports BPAC's recommendations. Now, what we are referring to here is I'm going to now get to page 3, line 2. And I believe this is where the recommendations start, right? No, page, let's see. Where do these recommendations start? This is on page 5, line 8. These are the recommendations that are being made that this resolution supports. Whereas on May 11th, 2023, BPAC made the following recommendations for approval and implementation by the city. 1, establish a regular inspection schedule to assess the condition of the bicycle and pedestrian infrastructure. 2, develop and maintain a geographic information system based on the inventory of the physical condition of each element of the city's bicycle and pedestrian infrastructure. 3, use the GIS-based inventory to prioritize maintenance and repairs to ensure that infrastructure remains safe and functional, including but not limited to the returning of infrastructure to its original condition or better, especially after planned road or infrastructure maintenance impacts bike ped infrastructure, e.g. roads with markings that are damaged when the road is patched or replaced, street sweeping causes unsafe conditions in bike lanes, etc. Criteria for maintenance and repair actions may include, but are not limited to, A, the condition of the infrastructure gathered from the inventory list described above. B, equitable distribution of city resources to support bicycle and pedestrian infrastructure throughout the city. C, BPAC recommendations, public input, and constituent requests. D, the importance of a piece of infrastructure to the connectivity of multimodal transportation network. 4, recommend to the mayor that the mayor's proposed annual budget include ongoing maintenance of city-owned bicycle and pedestrian infrastructure. 5, designate the appropriate entities and departments within the city's government to implement the policies and manage a budget to ensure that bicycle and pedestrian infrastructure is developed and maintained to be both transportation and recreation with appropriate engineering and design for maintenance funding. So nowhere in these recommendations is it asking for the adoption of the strategic plan that BPAC recommended. What is in the resolution that this is on page 3, line 2. It states, whereas BPAC has also created the BPAC strategic plan, fiscal year 2023 through 2033. So it's referencing that BPAC created a strategic plan, but this resolution is not asking for the adoption of it. So I wanted to clear up that confusion that was had. Now, when we get to trust, there had been multiple opportunities, in particular, Mr. Mayor, where I've met with you, whether it was one-on-one or other opportunities where you could have brought up your concerns. Not once were these concerns brought up. On the second point to trust, we had a robust conversation about what the FIR meant in Finance Committee. And as I had mentioned multiple times in that committee, the FIR was used as reference, not an actual allocation of resources. And so I think the public understands that this resolution is calling for resources to be allocated. Now, through the reference document, those are some of the needs that have been identified by staff that what might potentially cost. But this resolution is not making a commitment to those costs. And so I would like to clear up that confusion, because I think we've had plenty of discussion, whether at committee level, we've had plenty of discussion with external stakeholders outside of the governing bodies, whether it's BPAC, Bike Santa Fe, the Mayor's Committee on Disability. Folks understand that we are not committing a specific resource, a specific dollar amount, but we've identified needs. Staff has identified needs that kind of guides that FIR. Now, if we want to build trust, there's nothing that prohibits the mayor's office from allocating resources towards this infrastructure. That has not happened in the past. And that's what this resolution is calling for, that there be an equitable process that begins to split up to show we are investing in the bicycle and pedestrian infrastructure. And that's what this process is calling for. This is the process that BPAC has asked for. This is the process that external partners have asked for. And to have an assumption that they might not be in favor of it, I don't think that's the case, because we've discussed this at length. Whether it was through BPAC or with other folks reaching out to me as the sponsor, or folks showing up for support to voice their support during governing body meetings. So just a bit concerned by some of the comments made, and I wanted to make that distinction that this resolution is not adopting BPAC's strategic plan. And based off the feedback that we got at Finance Committee, BPAC is glad to come to the governing body and give a thorough presentation on the strategic plan. We're happy to do that. But this resolution is not adopting the BPAC strategic plan. It is adopting the recommendations put forth as I read earlier. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
I'm sorry if you misunderstood my comment, and clearly you did, because I wasn't suggesting that this adopted the BPAC strategic plan. I'm wondering why we didn't have the strategic plan come to us before we saw this resolution. Maybe you can explain that to me procedurally.
Happy to, Mr. Mayor. So as I mentioned in Finance Committee, BPAC gave a presentation to the governing body back in August of 2023. We did not give a very in-depth review of the strategic plan, but it was part of the packet back in August 2023. And similar to any other topic that's in front of us, sometimes there's one supporting reference material, sometimes there's 30. And to say that this had never, the strategic plan had never been provided to the governing body is simply false. Now, was there
I didn't
a
say,
presentation?
excuse me, Counselor, I didn't say it hadn't been provided. I said we didn't have a presentation before the governing body of the strategic plan. And I'm asking you why not?
Well, this resolution does not reference the strategic plan, Mr. Mayor. So
that's neither here nor there. My question is, if we are getting into the nitty gritty of excuse me, sir, if we're getting into our support for bicycles, pedestrians, the BPAC strategic plan, is the basis for a lot of what we ought to be taking up, and yet we've never had a presentation. Why not?
You had a presentation last August, Mr. Mayor, that referenced the strategic
No, sir,
plan.
I have
My
that
question to you,
I'm
my
sorry, I
question
have
to you,
that
Mr.
presentation in my hand. It's 6 slides. We did
And
not
look
have a
at the-
we did not have a presentation of the strategic plan. Why not?
It was referenced as a supporting material in that presentation, Mr. Mayor. So my question to you is, if you looked at all of the packet items for that presentation, why did you not review the strategic plan, and why did you not have questions about the strategic
Well,
plan?
you're the chairman of the BPAC committee. Why didn't you bring it forward as a presentation? Simple question.
It's happy to. We are happy to. That
So
was
why
not a
haven't
request
you?
given previously.
Why
That has
haven't
never
Mr.
been a
Mayor,
request.
Councilor Garcia, could we call a question on the amendment, please?
We're not, well,
Motion to call the question.
Second.
okay, there's a motion to call the question. My understanding of our rules is people either who haven't spoken have an opportunity, or people have one more opportunity before we vote.
However, it's if everyone's had the opportunity, then you go to a vote.
Okay, so we go to a vote on the, well, first of all, as a matter of order, can a motion be made in the middle of a conversation between two members of the governing body? I didn't recognize Councilor Garcia. How does that work?
Mayor, councilors, there's two different
Mr. Mayor, I have the
scenarios.
floor. Call the question.
We're working on the procedural issue, Councilor.
I think it would be quicker. I will have the floor. I'll call the question.
No,
And
actually, that's not what was going on, but let's get a ruling from the city attorney about the procedural issue.
Mayor Weber, I advise, I do not make rulings.
Yeah,
So,
we'll get your advice.
okay, great. So on the calling of a question, I do think you need to let the person finish speaking who's speaking, but I'm looking to confirm that. And I don't remember who was speaking. Does anyone else remember?
Councilor Garcia had completed his remarks. I was offering my further comments about whether or not we had ever had the BPAC strategic plan presented to us, and if not, why not? That was the procedural question I was raising, not whether it was in the resolution. I know it's not in the resolution. I was asking about process and transparency for getting the strategic plan in front of us so we could have a robust dialogue about what's in it.
So is the floor available for a motion? Is that?
I was in the middle of asking Councilor Garcia a question when Councilor Lee Garcia made a motion without having been recognized by me.
I'm looking up if it's appropriate to interrupt, but I think we probably should just at least finish the statement for the moment. Unless Councilor Merworth has the answer at her fingertips as parliamentarian, but I'm looking it up. We don't typically interrupt each other around here, so this hasn't come up very often.
Yeah, and I didn't bring my book, but I thought you had to have control of the floor before you made the motion.
That's what I currently believe as well. So if we could, I think your point of order would be in order, or your calling the question would be in order on Councilor Garcia, I believe, as soon as the speaker's done, but I'm verifying that as we speak as well.
I understand the desire of the governing body to move on. I just want to make the point that there was never any intent on my part to indicate that the BPAC strategic plan was being adopted by virtue of this resolution. I'm talking about a process that allows us to have a dialogue about the strategic plan well before we take up the significant proposals that are in this resolution as policy matters. And I would have much preferred to have had that process go forward, just as we've done with Midtown. We have an update, a briefing tonight, and we will then follow it up with votes on substantive matters where we really have the cart before the horse with this resolution. That's not to say that the resolution intent is wrong, or that I don't agree that we need to do more for bicycles and pedestrians, or in my mind, give equal or more support to transit. I think this is really important stuff. And I'd like to see the work done in a way that makes it easy for all of us to understand what we're committing ourselves to, and the public not to have any confusion in its mind about what we are adopting and why. And I would like to have seen it done differently. And that's my point. Councilor Lindell.
Thank you, Mayor. I just have one point that I want to make with this. This has been worked on a lot. Came originally. Folks agreed that it needed work. There was a couple of previous amendments about this, and then we postponed, and we had 4 counselors work on this for 2 weeks. My point is, I got to look at this today at 4 o'clock. I haven't even had time to study what this amendment is. I've had parts of it read to me tonight, but it's not reasonable that we get this extensive an amendment and try to hurry it through when this is a sizable change to this resolution. And I don't know, maybe other people are a lot faster reader than I am, but I haven't had time to study this. To ask me to approve this with all the effort that's gone into it, with all the back and forth about it, when I got it at 4 o'clock and I haven't even read it. I don't think that's reasonable. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, I think there's a Councilor Lee Garcia, did you want the floor?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes. My take on this has been, again, it's another piece to the puzzle. And I don't think that the intent, and this is just my perspective on this, is that the intent is not to overtake the whole multimodal direction of the city. And I think it's a piece that gives direction as to how we want our city of Santa Fe to look like in future years. And so, from that perspective, I want to take and honor the work that was done by BPAC and by the Disabilities Committee and the counselors that worked with those committees through the years, as well as honoring the same thing with the people who got involved with the amendments. And they worked very hard, and I know it was quick. But I believe that there is a lot of work that has been done, and I think that we have to take that all into consideration. And for there, I do have the floor, so I want to call the question on the amendment. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Very good. And there's a second. Madam Clerk, can you call the roll on the calling of the question?
Certainly, Mayor. Councilor Cassett?
Yes.
Councilor Castro?
Yes.
Councilor Lee Garcia?
Yes.
Councilor Michael Garcia?
Yes.
Councilor Lindell? Councilor Romero Worth?
Yes.
Mayor Weber?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Very good. Now we have a motion on the floor. You want to restate it because it was a while ago. Councilor Merritt, can you?
I believe the motion was to adopt Amendment D.
Exactly. And there's a second. Call the roll on the motion to adopt Amendment D.
Councilor Castro?
Yes, and I'd like to explain my vote.
Councilor Lee Garcia?
Yes.
Councilor Michael Garcia?
Yes.
Councilor Lindell?
I'll abstain, and I'd like to explain my vote.
Councilor Romero Worth?
Yeah.
Councilor Cassett?
Yes.
Mayor Weber,
Yes.
motion passed.
And we have two folks who want to explain their vote. Counselor Castro.
Yeah, so I just want to follow up what Councilor Lee Garcia said, that this is one piece, and fortunately I am on MPO, so I do want to just voice my commitment to other modes of transit. Thank you.
Counselor Lindell.
Thank you, Mayor. I am abstaining because I haven't read this and I haven't studied it. I'm not philosophically opposed to it, but I haven't had the opportunity to study this, so I can't support it.
Thank you. Okay, Counselor
Mayor.
Mayorworth, you have a point of order? Or?
I do have a point of order. I think it's important and instructive for us to understand the calling of the question. And we did find that the calling of the question is out of order when another person has the floor. So under Robert's rules, you can't, you have to wait for the debate to finish. And I think you have to be acknowledged so that you have the floor to make a motion. And I think, we've been working on our rules of procedure. We learn from the discussions we have and the circumstances that come up. And I think it's just really important that we understand how to do this in the future. And I would defer to the city attorney if I've misstated or forgotten something that might be helpful.
Mayor Weber, councilors, Councilor Merriworth, and I found it in two different versions of Robert's rules, so they were consistent.
Thank you. So we have in front of us a new resolution. And question is, do we, what's the will of the governing body with regard to it? I take Councilor Lindell's point that she or any of us might want to add amendments to what we've just adopted, but it's difficult to craft an amendment in real time for a new resolution that we've just adopted and that many of us saw for the first time late this afternoon. Councilor Merriworth.
Yeah, and I guess to just add to that, I did try to move this back to committee. We don't typically do this size of an amendment at this level, not that we can't, as is evident tonight. But this is why, even in our rules, I believe, our procedural rules, which Councilor Cassett just had a minute ago, we do talk about amending things at the committee level and trying to do the major work of shaping legislation at the committee level. I did make that motion to take it back to finance to have this conversation there and not take up however long we've been talking about this tonight when we have still a full agenda of things in front of us. So I think this is also another thing just to point out why we try to do this work at the committee level. And it does then allow, I take Councilor Lindell's point about getting this amendment at 4 o'clock, not only having to vote on the amendment, but then having to vote on final passage. And I understand what you're saying. So I wish that we had done this at the committee level, but we didn't, and we're here now. And that's just where we are.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Michael Garcia, I see your hand is up, sir. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do want to point out that when this was at Finance Committee the last time, there was an amendment packet that was brought at the 5 o'clock hour that last time, and there wasn't concern brought by my colleagues. So very concerned in regards to if it's somebody's own amendment, they don't have concerns around being able to read it or other colleagues being able to read it. But when it's an amendment that's not their own, the concerns arise. So I think that I just wanted to point that out. I think to get to some of the concerns raised by the amendment package, it gets back to having trust in our citizens advisory-led committees. These are folks that are appointed by you, Mr. Mayor, based off their experience. And I want to put the full faith and trust and confidence in those members of those bodies that they are going to be providing recommendations that are sound, solid, and meeting the needs of their respective bodies that they've been appointed to sit on. as I mentioned, this resolution and this, now it's a new format, has been vetted through BPAC. I think to continue to hold this resolution up for another meeting that doesn't accomplish anything. Now, if folks have concerns around amendments, we can table the item and folks can propose amendments later on in the meeting. That's never prevented us in the past from having amendments done in person in the meeting. So with that, I'm okay with the adoption of this. I think many of the stakeholders that have been involved in this process want us to move forward with this and ultimately adopt the resolution and move forward and get the work done. Holding this up another 2 weeks is not going to change anything. It's just going to change us from getting the work done 2 weeks later. So thank you, Mr. Mayor. That's all I got.
Thank you, Counselor.
Mayor.
Counselor Mayor Warren.
I just make a distinction between the amendment that was offered at finance, and it was offered late, and the amendment that's offered tonight. The difference is we're voting on the amendment. Tonight, we're voting not only on the amendment, but on final passage. And I think that's puts it in a different light. Whereas at finance, yeah, we were asking to adopt an amendment that was put in the packet late, and it's not ideal, and it does happen. And, you know, I don't like it when it does either, but I think that the difference here is that also having to vote on final passage makes it a taller order.
Makes it a what? Oh. Any other comment? We have a new resolution in front of us, the resolution as amended. Councilor Castro, what's your will?
Move to approve.
Is there a second?
There's
No.
already a motion on the floor.
Yeah, you can call the question or you can. Is that what
I've been recognized.
Yes, you are
I
recognized.
would like to call the question.
Okay, we have a vote in front of us to adopt the resolution as amended.
We
A
need
second?
Yeah, second for that. Call the question. Good, thank you.
We have to vote on calling the question.
Do we need a roll call vote for that?
Yes, we do.
Mr. Mayor, who seconded that motion?
Lee Garcia.
Thank you. Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell, Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Castro,
Yes.
Mayor Weber,
Yes.
motion pass.
Okay, so now we are ready to vote on the resolution as amended. Could you please call the roll on that?
Certainly, Mr. Mayor. Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes, and I'd like to explain my vote.
Counselor Lindell, Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Castro,
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Mayor Weber,
Yes,
motion passed.
thank you. Counselor Garcia, you are going to explain your vote, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I voted in support of this because I firmly believe that maintenance of our bicycle and pedestrian infrastructure needs to be a priority. I just want to thank the members of BPAC, members of Bike Santa Fe, all the residents who came out and advocated for this resolution, my colleagues on the council that I worked with on the amendments, the city staff, Director Wheeler, Mr. Daniel Lopez, the city attorney's office, and last but definitely not least, Ms. Glorioso Mas. This definitely was an all hands on deck effort. In my opinion, it wasn't just led by one person. There was many, many, many people that led for the development of this resolution. So the passage of this is due to them. So thank you to everybody involved in this. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Counselor. I would entertain a motion to amend our agenda so we take up petitions from the floor at this time.
Second.
So moved.
You got to have the motion. first.
Sorry. I thought you were making the motion. I'm sorry. I will second.
Thank you.
Counselor.
We have a motion on the floor to amend our agenda, so we now go immediately to petitions from the floor. Petitions from the floor. Can you call the roll on that, Madam Clerk?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Counselor Lindell. Counselor Romero Worth.
Yes.
Counselor Cassett.
Yes.
Counselor Castro.
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia.
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia.
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion passed.
Very good. So let's start with folks who are here in the chamber tonight. Thank you for your patience. We're about an hour past our usual 7 o'clock time for petitions from the floor. But if you'd like to speak to the governing body on anything other than an item that is before us as a public hearing, and we do have a land use case that is a public hearing, but any other items that you'd like to call to our attention, if you'd please line up over here. Everybody will get a chance to speak for 2 minutes. And Madam Clerk, will you be the timekeeper, please, so everyone's treated fairly and with the same amount of time? We're ready to go. Whoever wants to start.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, council members. Jennifer Weber, address 132 Romero Street, number 11, District 1 constituent. I'd like to thank you so much for passage of the resolution on bicycle and pedestrian infrastructure. I'm the president of Bike Santa Fe, and our members have been very engaged in this process. And personally, having written FIRs when I was the executive director of a state commission in another state, I totally understand that they are not a commitment to a dollar figure, and our members and our board understand that as well. I also want to mention that I was here at the August 2023 meeting when a BPAC member made a presentation to the board. They were given 10 minutes, and I was very surprised and disappointed that there were no questions from the council members to BPAC. So I just wanted to mention that as well, that I think there was an opportunity for a conversation that wasn't taken. But having been engaged in conversations with council member Michael Garcia, Romero Worth, Cassett, and attending finance committee meetings and mayor's committee on disability meetings, it has been a really robust and enlightening and informative conversation around, and Mr. Mayor, I even met with you, about the city's budget, how that budget is developed, where the resources come from. So I appreciate being engaged in all those conversations and being able to take that information back to the Bike Santa Fe board and to our members so that we can be further engaged as the budget is developed and as we see the city improve for bicycle riders, pedestrians, people who roll on our streets, people who take transit. And so thank you again for passing that, and we will look forward to working with you in the future.
Thank you very much.
Councilors and mayor, mayor and councilors. In the interest of time, I know my name is Richard Welker. In the interest of time, I'm not gonna take my 2 minutes. I'm just gonna say, please, I urge you to expedite a resolution on Gaza that is currently in the hands of the Office of Legislation and Policy Innovation. This is an emergency. Time is of the essence. Please, 100 cities have now done this, 100 communities. I won't read them to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hello, hi, my name is Jacob. I live in 104 Camino San Jose. I wrote this poem. I'm trying to keep it short, so called One Day at a Time. These days, it seems more necessary to sleep than it does to dream. Besides, we're living the life, right? So who needs the nightmares? I'll just hit the pen and pass out on my pad, lonely even when I'm not alone. Here with some pals of mine, crying over crimes against Palestine, having a debate on the terror state. And really, there's just so much hate in my heart for being part of a country that loads the mortar, that bombs the brick, and tricks themselves into believing it's just war. There's no us and them, it's just us. Without justice, we're beside ourselves. Good grief is shared collectively, Who can afford the cost of living alone? The world has been gentrified by genocide. Raise the prison and make way for more beachfront property. Israel's got a booming economy. Precious metal and oil are a hot commodity, so let's call it like we see it, a slaughtering. It's an ethnic cleansing, not a fair fight. Hitler took most of the continent overnight. Gas chambers and camps were cruel. True, the Holocaust had its costs too. I guess that's the golden rule. Treat the world how it treats you. No more fuel for the fire. Please don't feel the burn and turn the other way or pass the trauma buck down the line till it comes right back around to bite you like last time. Over here, the royal we say our hands are clean while handing them the gun. Not our troops, not a one. So why did Soldier Aaron burn? Self-flagellation in protestation. Why is the US even in the UN? No matter who begs, when everyone says stop, we keep going. And that's the way to achieve great heights. That's the American dream. Am I right? Capitalism's just a little healthy competition. Supply and demand, nothing personal, it's just business. Not when your clients block aid or escape for the refugee desperate to flee, make immigration an illegality, home and house seems just out of reach. We kick out the homeless and call them a problem rather than a symptom of our failed system. Protesters try to bum rush the bullies, but nobody wants to get their hands dirty. Everybody's afraid to be the next target in the red, white, and blue crosshairs. Political campaign's coming up soon. Biden's got Britain backing him too. I guess colonies gotta colonize, and colonizers gotta stick together. I guess birds of a feather are cut from the same cloth. Conquistadors Anonymous, don't you think it's time to quit? Flipping the bird to the rest of the world, all I hear in reply is, we got the God, we got the guns, and we got the money. So what are you gonna do about it? And I wish anybody had an answer. We, the people in the streets, are gathering in resistance from the river to the sea. I fear for the call to ceasefire that falls on the deaf ears of our leaders, who can't hear our plea from their private planes. We are always looked down on from some castle in the sky. We're trying hard not to die, scared and starving, making the best of it.
I don't want to cut you off. Can you send us the poem, please? Because we have a lot of people who want to speak.
Thank you for your time. I know you're busy.
Please do send it to us as a document. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, you have the floor.
Hi, I'm here again. My name is Todd Uyghur, and I'm a consumer lawyer here and a member of the UAW. I'm here urging everyone, urging you all to do the obvious and moral thing, which is to tell our federal government to stop funding an all-out genocide. I'm proud that my grandfathers fought the Nazis in World War II. I'm proud that we stood up for the rights of people to express their religion and to express socialist and working class political ideals without being murdered by their government. Right now, my government is sponsoring the mass murder of every man, woman, child, every family, dog, and cat in Gaza as an industrial policy, simply for their being part of a different ethnic and political group. We can't stop the federal government on our own, but we can let them know that we are disgusted at our government's clear choice to be a force for genocide. Apologies and nice words from President Biden will backfire because sorry doesn't bring back the dead families, and the continued and clearly demonstrated intent to kill every Palestinian belies the president's words and offends any sense of honesty. Also, I would like to say, I'd like to, on a different note, if the city wants to support Chainbreaker and help homeless people have bikes, that would also be a good thing.
Thank you.
Hello. Hi, city councilors, Mayor Weber. My name is Greg Uyghur. I am a resident of Santa Fe. I reside in District 2. I am here today because the rise in fascism in this country and around the world is incredibly concerning and deeply disturbing to me. And if we want to fight fascism in our country, we have to fight it abroad too. And we certainly can't fund and arm it. Just to recap, every single hospital in Gaza has been bombed. Every single university in Gaza has been bombed. The last time I checked, every single over 40 elementary schools have been bombed and destroyed. And that was, I'm embarrassed to say, over a month ago was the last time I checked. Only a fascist coward murders unarmed women and children, men, women, and children, all unarmed, and bombs schools and hospitals and calls it self-defense. The late great historian Howard Zinn once said, "You cannot be neutral on a moving train." Well, the train is moving. And do you want history to remember you for opposing fascism or being complicit or neutral with it? I don't pretend to know the various difficulties and challenges all of you face in both your personal and public lives. This should not be one of them. This should be the easiest decision you ever make. Please pass an immediate, permanent ceasefire resolution. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Abby Shepard. I'm a District 4 resident and a student of yoga, and I'm here to strongly urge you to introduce and pass a resolution for a permanent, lasting ceasefire in Gaza and an end to Israel's occupation. The practice of yoga is far more than the physical postures we see in advertisements and social media posts. The practice of yoga is a rich, 8-limbed pathway to personal and collective freedom. Part of that path is called the yamas, ethical guidelines for action. This includes non-harming, non-stealing, truthfulness, and skillful use of energy. Each of these call me and any of us who practice yoga, which is many in Santa Fe, to stand up when these practices are misused or violated, either in ourselves or the collective. Israel is violating all of them. They have killed over 36,000 Palestinians, a significant majority of which are civilians. They have stolen land that is not theirs, lied about their actions, and used their energy for violence and oppression rather than healing and liberation. Simultaneously, Israel's soldiers are practicing yoga so, as one Israeli Zen teacher has been recorded saying, they can kill people better with no mercy or compassion. Israel then shares this, pretending to be peaceful and mindful to distract from the atrocities they are committing with the backing of US taxpayer money. This is antithetical to the goal of yoga. Yoga is union. It reveals our deep interconnection with all life. Anything creating separation, such as funding the violent bombing of children and dehumanization of a group of people, is not yoga. I stand here rooted in these ancient practices and the truth that they provide to ask you all to do the same, to stand for peace, to stand for truth, to stand for justice. And what we do here matters because we are all interconnected. Situation in Gaza is dire. Passing a resolution means you stand for life, and you would join over 100 other communities in standing up to Israel's live stream genocide of Palestinians, creating a ripple effect across a nation that can make a difference. So ceasefire now and free Palestine. Thank you.
You.
Good evening.
Wait 1 sec while we reset I want to make sure you get your full 2 minutes.
Thank you.
Go
Good
ahead,
evening.
sir. Yeah.
My name is Derek Jolly. I'm a resident of District 4. So thank you especially to Councilor Cassett for being here from me. I was hesitant to come and speak tonight because I'm a Santa Fe resident of 1 year. And so initially I feel, how audacious do I have to be as a newcomer, an outsider, to have a say in what our city government does? I must say, it has been a real privilege and a blessing to be here, to be able to move here at all, to work at one of our city's local businesses and try to build community with these beautiful people who live here in such a beautiful and historic part of the world. This place originally called Ogapoge Owinge, where people have been making art and growing corn for thousands of years. To be a modern US citizen, both painfully aware of the atrocities being committed against the Palestinian people by the state of Israel, thanks to modern technology that we all have access to here, and of the full economic support by our nation's government to said state of Israel, it is simply impossible to sit aside and do nothing as if it has nothing to do with me. That is why I have decided that no matter where I happen to be living or what kind of lifestyle I happen to be pursuing, the very least I can do is make a small sacrifice out of my busy week, invest a little in the civil channels that are available to me, and stand before my city council and voice my support for introducing and passing with utmost haste and urgency a ceasefire resolution. and hope that it is a first step to a principled boycott, divest, and sanction movement against the state of Israel and broader divestment from the military industry that is so prevalent in this part of the country. It has been said before, and I'm going to say it again, if you're not outraged, you're not paying attention. Thank you.
Thank you. Please
Greetings,
go ahead.
Councilors and Mayor, Mr. Mayor, my name is Samia Van Hattem. I'm a District 1 voter. SAM. I'm going to go over time now. I'm reading this statement on behalf of myself and my sister Fatima, who's home breaking her fast. I'm here to ask the City Council to introduce a resolution calling for a ceasefire in Gaza. As you know, municipalities across the country, including Chicago and Seattle, have passed such ceasefire resolutions as a means to put pressure on our federal government and as an expression of our moral position. As a sanctuary city and as a city that affirms diversity in all its forms, I believe that Santa Fe should adopt such a resolution. Over 32,000 Palestinians have been killed. 17,000 children are now considered unaccompanied, also known as orphaned. Do you know how many children there are in Santa Fe? There are 16,000 children in Santa Fe. This is the equivalent of every child in our city being orphaned. Over 13,000 children have been killed in Gaza. The equivalent would be if 81% of the children in Santa Fe were dead. The United Nations is calling this a war on children. We hear our New Mexico elected officials say they cannot do anything about this conflict. It's not a priority. This is not connected to New Mexico. This is intimately connected to New Mexico because it's our tax money funding Israel with amounts that outstrip our entire state budget. As one of the poorest states in the nation, that should be completely unacceptable to us. Israel is the largest recipient of US foreign military funding. That means our government, including this council and every single one of us, are complicit in this. I know that there's this fear of being called anti-Semitic. And I can't believe that I still have to say this, but this has nothing, absolutely nothing to do with Judaism. Zionism is a nationalist ideology. I'm a Muslim. I have Jewish friends. One side of my family is Jewish. If you're confused by this, read Israeli historian Ilan Pappé's work. This has to do with justice. Fear or purported ignorance is not acceptable. Is not an acceptable reason to stay silent. We need a ceasefire resolution permanently, and we need it now.
Thank you. Let's reset the clock, and you have the floor.
Mayor and Council, I'm Samaya Cabre, Samayya, last name Cabre. Santa Fe resident in District 4. I have 4 generations living here in Santa Fe, some family indigenous to this land, and also family indigenous to Palestine. My son, brother-in-law, and nephews are Palestinian. Our family has endured 170 sleepless nights. 8 people from my son's family were killed in October alone. Most of them children. With all families silent there, we fear many more have been killed. According to the Washington Post, over 32,000 Palestinian people have been killed by Israeli forces in 5 months alone. 70% women and children. This does not include the people buried under the rubble that they can still hear crying for help. These atrocities being committed with the use of bombs and bullets provided by the US, in addition to billions of our taxpayer dollars, and by the war crime of starvation and humanitarian aid being blocked on all sides. The Gallup poll shows support for Israel is dropping daily, and an increase to 55% of those who responded are opposed to this ongoing terror. 55% of US, yet still our hard-earned money is funding the genocide of hard-working people there. All while Santa Fe has seen an exponential increase in homelessness. We the people, your constituents, do not
accept this. Our beautiful multicultural city is somewhere I have always been proud to raise my children, a city that stands for human rights. There is no denying that this is a human rights issue. The city that we know and love would and should be among those to demand a permanent ceasefire. 188 people are killed every day. 93% of Gaza is facing famine and starvation. Every minute is crucial. I remind you that the anti-apartheid resolution for South Africa began in a city council meeting just like this in Massachusetts. I implore you to be on the right side of history, Santa Fe's history. Our children, grandchildren, and generations to come will question you about it.
Thank you.
So my name is Layla. I'm a resident of District 4, and I'm here to ask you to adopt an immediate and permanent ceasefire resolution for Gaza. As our elected local government officials, you have the power to send an urgent message to New Mexico's congressional delegation and to President Biden that their constituents do not support genocide. I want my tax dollars to fund education, safe bike and pedestrian infrastructure for our city, healthcare, clean energy, not bombs, not starvation. The majority of Americans, more than 55%, agree Israel's aggression against Gaza must end now. More than 100 municipalities across the country have adopted a ceasefire resolution. And I wonder what is stopping this council from joining them. Please adopt a ceasefire resolution now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Council and Mayor. My name is Allie Budner, and I'm a District 1 voter. I'm also a member of New Mexico Jews for a Free Palestine. In September of last year, my 3-year-old son needed emergency surgery to remove a tumor from his skull. Needless to say, it was incredibly scary, but the operation was successful. The doctors and nurses were amazing. When we returned home, we knew that mostly we had healing ahead of us, thanks to modern medicine and a well-resourced hospital that helped us care for what was most precious to us, our child. 3 weeks later was October 7th. And every time we took our son back to the hospital for follow-up visits and tests, of which there were many, I existed in a dual reality. I no longer only saw my son on a hospital bed, surrounded by tubes and wires, attended to by caring medical professionals. Now I also saw a hospital room in Gaza with too few doctors, too little medicine, broken equipment, human beings on the floor, bloody and in pain, the sound of Israeli bombs outside. I saw amputated, burned, and orphaned children. I saw them starving and unable to even cry for the parents or siblings they had just lost forever. These are things I could not unsee as I sat there next to my son, grateful for his beating heart and the safety of a home not being bombed. He turns 4 tomorrow, and I hold him closer than ever these days. I'm no different than any mother in the world. There are no words I think a mother could use to describe the pain of losing a child. Simply trying to imagine it brings me to my knees. More than 13,000 Palestinian children have been killed by Israel since October 7th, and that number doesn't account for the children still under the rubble. Every one of them, I feel, could be mine. And today, 1/3 of Gazans are at risk of death from forced starvation by the state of Israel. It's unacceptable that we continue to support this kind of violence. I urge the City Council to vote on the right side of humanity and adopt a resolution that calls for an immediate, complete, and permanent ceasefire in Gaza, an immediate fast-tracking of aid across the border, a return of all hostages, including the thousands of Palestinians imprisoned by Israel, and the right of Palestinians to return to their homes in Gaza to begin healing and rebuilding. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi,
Yes, go ahead.
my name is Shamasa Khan. I'm very new to the city.
Take your time. Can you hit hold on the timer while our speaker gets a little bit collected here. Give a moment.
So I'm very new to this city and I think prepared to have time to prepare it, but I felt like the other person that this is important enough to come. I'm obviously here to ask for a permanent ceasefire, and really everything that the special rapporteur on the situation of human rights in the occupied Palestinian territories, Francesca Albanese, stated in her report this week called Anatomy of Genocide. He said that there's reasonable grounds to believe that the threshold indicating Israel's commission of genocide has been met and is driven by a genocidal logic integral to its settler colonial project in Palestine going back decades. This was preventable, and it's been enabled by our government, in particular long before last year. Her report goes on to demand of the international community, and this is what we all want in a resolution that's adopted, to impose that member states impose an arms embargo immediately, ensure the funding of UNRWA, develop and implement a plan to address the root cause, including through the reconstitution of the UN Special Committee Against Apartheid, and that Israel and other states that are complicit commit to reparations and full cost reconstruction, among other things that are listed. This is part of international law. This is, I mean, we are, as has been stated, we're all complicit in this. And I'm also here as a new person, completely befuddled by the housing situation here. I have a PhD among other degrees, and I can't like understand how Santa Fe, I lived near London, I've lived near New York, and I don't understand what's gone wrong here. I mean, and Samia spoke about this is one of the poorest states in this, I just don't, there's no need to debate this. Like, this is, and a ceasefire, a permanent ceasefire, as this report that she stated, it's the bare minimum. And one of the reasons that I came to Santa Fe, I was drawn to it as a welcoming place. And I'm honestly like surprised that we're here 172 days and other cities and places have passed resolutions. I mean, I just.
Thank you.
Yes, please do it immediately. Thank you.
Thank you for coming.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and city councilors. My name is Maury, and I'm here again with you tonight as a resident of District 4, a born and raised Santa Fean, a third-generation Jewish New Mexican. And I'm asking you again to support and approve a resolution for an immediate and permanent ceasefire in Gaza. Please realize that whether or not you support this resolution, you're sharing your message and your values loud and clear. Which message do you want that to be? Do you want to be remembered as passively enabling genocide through your silence? Do you want your legacy to be one of obstructing the voices of your constituents? Or do you want your message to be that you are doing everything in your power to amplify the pleas of your constituents and stand up for peace? The patron saint of our city, Saint Francis of Assisi, after all, is the patron saint of peace. We are here begging you week after week to use your power and your representation to call for peace. If not now, when? Please think of the present and the future and support this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Wait 1 second while we reset your clock. Okay, go.
Good evening. My name is Monica Santis, and I come before you today to urge you to pass a permanent ceasefire resolution and do your part as elected officials to stop the genocide of the Palestinian people. My heart broke again this week reading the testimonials coming out of Gaza. There is one testimonial which has recently impacted me, and I'm going to read it for you now. We met a Palestinian woman today who was evacuated from Gaza to Turkey with her niece because she is the only guardian that her niece has left. The woman lost her entire family after an Israeli occupation forces airstrike hit her house. She had to watch her 3 children die under the house that they built years of memories in. She watched as her daughter's feet were obliterated off her body as she screamed and begged her mother to help her. Her daughter crawled to her with no legs, full of blood, begging her mother for help. Her daughter bled out to death in front of her. Her other children screamed under the rubble until the screams faded to silence. She says every time she closes her eyes, she hears her children scream. This is one of thousands of testimonials, thousands of parents and children murdered and now haunted and devastated. What will you say to your grandchildren when they ask you what you did to stop the genocide? I ask of you to take action, to pass a permanent ceasefire resolution, and to do everything in your power to stop this. Because if you don't, your legacy will be forever tied to genocide. And as history has shown us, you as an elected official who choose to enable genocide will be branded as complicit, your careers and reputation destroyed by your own silence and failure to act. And we will remind you of it. So please do what you can, do the right thing. Free Palestine, Viva Palestina, permanent ceasefire now.
Thank you.
Hello, John Ray Snyder, District 1. Dear Council, who do you stand with? Those who only know how to crush and wound, or those who are striving to heal and create a new world? Will Santa Fe be part of that world? Why can we not see or hear you? Is it because you cannot see or hear us? Where is the urgency? Having pleaded for a ceasefire declaration, we feel like someone whose house is burning down, who has called the fire department, which never answered, never came. And now the house is smoldering on the bare ground, and those left among the ruins are starving as we watch. Why? How is this so? I feel I am standing in the ruins of this nation, a wound within the body of our humanity. Can you not feel as we do? The anguish and despair of all-seeing hearts around the world. Voices crying out. Hear us, see us, save us, and still no answer, and still no hope. Why? How has this come to be? As citizens of this city, we vest our power into your hands. Why do we not see our power flowing thus into your words and deeds? Why are we allowing the beauty and promise of humanity to be crushed under a merciless machine of vengeance and brutality? Why do we sit silent in the seat of the aggressor, the destroyer, the pitiless heartbreaker, and not the office of the life bringer, the truth speaker, the guardian of women, children, and all innocence? Champion of the soul and protector of the world. Where is the courage? How might we help you to defy the voices of threat and fear still whispering in your ears? But I say that a daring love is coming to sweep away the opposition. Will this come soon or too late? Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Sade Munira Cabre, SADE MUNIRAHCABRE. I'm a resident of Santa Fe. I grew up here until I was about 10 years old. I have a brother and cousins and an uncle who are Palestinian, and I'm a daughter to a Muslim family. Thank you for hearing us today. I'm here to lead you to decide on an immediate and permanent ceasefire in Gaza. Today is International Women's Day for Muslim women. And today I embraced my privilege to walk the streets of my city alongside fellow pioneers to amplify the recognized voices of all women and girls and people of Gaza. This is a moment to acknowledge the existence of the most targeted and marginalized body of women who live and die trapped in starvation, gender-based violence, ethnic cleansing, displacement from genocide, absence of education and reproductive health, while the world watches. How do I tell my son about this? What does he do? What do we do? What can you do? What can I do? I think it starts here, right? We listen. We receive, we are moved, we decide. So we stand and we ask you to welcome yourself into this challenging of narratives and perceptions and systematic inequality facing people of Gaza. We have to do this together. We stand committed to reclaim inclusion for all life of Gaza, for the embrace of self-care and self-preservation to be a right and not to be an act of resistance to political warfare. Please, thank you.
Thank you very much. Others who want to use this time, come on up.
My mic on?
Yes.
Letta Monroe, District 1. I'm here to discuss the process. I've observed you for a couple of, about a month. And I just want to comment on some of my observations. I'm not criticizing you. I just want you to hear how I am observing you, which is, I think there's a lot of work here that gets done in committee meetings and not enough discussion is being given to many different items that you're voting on the consent agenda. An example is that tonight we spent a lot of time on the bike and ped resolution, which was also in Finance Committee, and I've only seen it there for, in a span of a few weeks. And while we spent a lot of time on that, which was great, and I watched the process very effectively tonight, we don't spend that much time on much of the items, if any. And some things are just rushed through. You're rushing through purchases, you're rushing through multi-year contracts, you're rushing through really important contract extensions that are financial obligations. If I were you, I would put a hold on these. If, for example, if someone requests a contract 9H tonight for 3 years, why can't we just commit to 1 year? And why are you committing to this? The council is like the Senate in, the United States Senate. You're supposed to hold the line. You are not supposed to be bureaucrats that push through the staff items. I'll speak more about this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Others who are here who have not yet had an opportunity to speak, this is the time. How about in the Zoom room, Madam Clerk?
Yes, Mayor, there are 2 people in the Zoom room. We'll start with Stephanie Benenato.
Very good.
Thank you, Stephanie Benenato. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. I too support a resolution for ceasefire in Gaza. I appreciate everyone coming out so consistently. I also want to finally thank you for having the pool at a reasonable temperature today for the first time in weeks. However, I do want to point out that we have this alley that people are extending out into the alley where the city doesn't even have a 10-foot width. And it seems like the city is giving away land that it has maintained for over 80 years. It is a utility easement. We're not sure how trucks would get down since some of the poles are in the middle of the alley now that it's not as wide. And the city land use department isn't really responding. The other thing that is of concern is you go in to pay to get a receipt there, and the person who issues the receipt doesn't work from City Hall, and the other morning wasn't responsive to any type of communication. So finally, having to come back twice, I got a receipt that I could then go pay for an appeal. And this was what happened before, you know, don't pay for this. You'll get notified 5 days later. Really, these things should be of ease, and more than one person should be able to take care of that. And then I'm also a little concerned about Greer Garson, hearing that the city wants to take over management of Greer Garson, because I did think it was out for a request for proposal. Not sure why you can't put conditions in there of having that rented out to community theater spaces, or however you want to word it, for a certain amount of time at a reduced rate, rather than the city getting into it. Because it seems like we're going backwards. We're like starting at 0 now, or 1, because now we're going to do studies about what kind of groups could use it, et cetera, as opposed to actually somebody taking it and saying, here's what we're going to do to make more immediate use of it. So I feel like that was like something that should have happened 6 years ago, if that's what the city really was going to do. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Madam Clerk, you said someone else is in the Zoom room with a hand up?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, Nikhil P.
Hi, my name's Nikhil Ananda, and I'm a Santa Fe District 2 voter and a proud member of the Santa Fe Democratic Socialists. I think we're living in a time of great contradictions from our federal leaders. Our federal representatives claim to be supporting a ceasefire, and yet they vote to pour money into military weapons for the Israeli government while cutting off aid to the Palestinian people. Our president says he supports a road to peace and has rightfully allowed UN resolutions calling for a ceasefire, but the next day his administration says that they are non-binding. I think that we see a lot of doublespeak from our politicians all the time, and especially at the federal level. This has been greater right now, I think, than ever before. I think the mayor 2 weeks ago made some very thoughtful comments about the importance of building peace at the local level, right? The importance of starting within our own community. And I think in this time of great confusion at the federal level, the city of Santa Fe needs to provide a voice of clarity towards the people of Santa Fe, towards the federal representatives in New Mexico, that we stand for peace. That, you know, we understand that this conflict has history, but the present situation is very clear. There is unprecedented bloodshed, unprecedented displacement, horrific humanitarian costs, and I think we need to call for a ceasefire. I think that, you know, building that kind of foundation at the local level, building trust towards with the people of Santa Fe, sending a message towards our representatives that they need to stop this kind of doublespeak at the federal level and really stand for the sake of peace and justice. Ultimately, it's me, it's you, it's everyone in here who pays taxes, who bears a little bit of responsibility for this violence and bloodshed. And I think we have a responsibility to at least make our voices heard. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, others?
Mayor, there are no other hands raised in the Zoom room.
Okay. Anyone else here in this auditorium who'd like to speak during petitions from the floor? If not, we'll go back to the regular order of business. Madam Clerk, can you take us back to our agenda?
Certainly, Mayor. We are now at matters from the city manager.
Mr. City Manager, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, councilors. First, I think you are aware, but just so the public is aware, we put out notice that the city offices will be closing early this Friday in honor of Good Friday and Passover. So city facilities will be closing at noon, including rec centers, pools, senior centers, libraries, et cetera. Also, the GCCC will also be closed on Easter Sunday, so that folks are aware. Director Oster, our finance director, is out of town. She'll be back tonight. And I expect that we'll be putting out some communication to the council tomorrow about the schedule upcoming for the budget hearings. Tentatively, as I understand it now, we're looking at the weeks of April 15th through April 26th to be the hearing dates for the Finance Committee to consider the operating budget for fiscal year 25. Our goal right now is for the governing body to consider the budget and vote on it on May 8th, 2024 at a regular meeting. Excuse me, again, this is because we have a deadline at the end of May to submit the operating budget to the Department of Finance and Administration. And I think the Finance Committee is making a recommendation of a special meeting on a potential spend down of the reserve fund to be held in mid to late May. But again, we'll have more official details for you tomorrow about that. And then I just want to extend some thanks to some city staff. First of all, hearty congratulations to our firefighters for what was a significant win in the fire versus ice charity football game on Saturday at Capitol High School. I was there for the first half with Councilor Chavez. And I'm grateful to know that there are a number of events throughout the year that both teams compete in. I don't want to say it was an unfair fight, but good luck next year. But they were able to raise over $1,000 for charity to help young people participate in sports in Santa Fe. And there's a lot of excitement and support out there, which is really wonderful. So thanks to everyone who was involved in that. 2 weeks ago, we did have the sneak peek events for our new airport terminal. We had an extraordinary turnout, both at the public event earlier in the day and the private event. Thanks to all of you who participated and came and joined in the excitement. We're near the finish line. Any day now, the terminal is going to be open. And I think it's an exciting step forward for the city. And there's a lot of good things that are going to come for it, come as a result of that. And we look forward to sharing more with you in the future. But thanks to James Harris, to Rich Brown and his team, Chelsea Johnson and her team with Arts and Culture. The Santa Fe Gallery Association has done an extraordinary job. Lisa Stewart Keating in particular for making sure that the rotating art collection in the terminal is happening and will be ongoing. We had a number of artists in attendance at the events, and we're grateful for their contributions to this project. And again, for those who weren't able to attend, part of our goal is we complete this phase and work to phases 2 and 3 are clearly to provide exceptional customer service to the residents of Santa Fe and other visitors who come through the airport. But also we want to make sure that as guests arrive in Santa Fe and as they depart, they're reminded that they are in one of the actual art capitals of the world. So we're excited about what's to come from that. And then this last weekend, I just want to give huge thanks to everyone who was involved in our Easter egg hunt and Touch the Truck event at the MRC. It really is something to see. I don't know, gaggle of children is the appropriate word, but it's sort of like what I assume the land rushes were like in the late 1800s as people moved west. But kids running around with smiles on their face, grabbing eggs, winning bicycles. And for many of them who could care less about the eggs, they got to touch a truck or sit in the police car or sit in the fire truck. And so everybody with our police department, fire department, ESD, emergency management, I think facilities crews had tractors there, backhoes. Clearly, Alex Matas and Izzy Sharp, Geraldine, everyone who put on the event and made it reality. It's a full city effort to do this, and it's really an extraordinary thing. So thanks to all of them for participating. And that's it for me, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. Madam Clerk, what's next?
Next item on the agenda is matters from the city attorney.
Mayor, councilors, thank you. I did make the Easter egg hunt for the first time ever and got to hide golden eggs. So that was fun. And one of the kids asked if I had won my bike from finding a golden egg. So I was on my bike there. I did want to raise to everyone's attention, you probably saw that we still need members for the Independent Salary Commission. So we extended that through Friday. If you have someone who you can encourage to apply who is a member of the Chamber of Commerce, a representative of a neighborhood association, a representative of a community organization, that's a huge, very broad category there, community organization, no definition, a current or retired attorney or judge, both categories for both categories, a representative of the human resources industry or an employment consultant, a current or retired chief executive officer, and an at-large member. So at-large member, and these people have to live in Santa Fe. So at-large is anyone who lives in Santa Fe. Again, Chamber of Commerce member, Santa Fe Chamber of Commerce, neighborhood association, community organization, retired attorney or judge, representative of human resources industry or employment consultant. We had only had a couple applicants during the prior period of opening this. They will not have to meet many times. The only decision they're making is the next mayor's salary. So for the mayor who runs not this year, not next year. Yes, they run next year. The person who runs for office next year takes office in 2 years. For that person, whoever they may be, that's the only decision this commission needs to make. And we need them to make it by ordinance in April, which starts next month. April starts next month. So there's not much time for us to extend this. Sorry, April starts next month and next week.
Amazing.
So we need these people to get in place right away. Geraldine needs the Ethics Commission to appoint them. This is not, the governing body is not the body that's going to appoint them. The Ethics Commission is. So we need to get them a pool of people from which to appoint this commission. And the commission needs to make a decision essentially in a month. So please encourage people you know to apply. We need more applicants. And they only need to make one decision. And they have a lot of parameters that are very specific. So they're not going to just be pulling a number out of the air. The ordinance does call for them to look at very specific criteria. So please help on that. And then I am recommending an executive session for the purpose of discussing pending litigation, in particular Unión Protectiva versus Santa Fe and the Mayor Weber. That is pursuant to the Open Meetings Act, subpart H7 of Section 1015(1), which is the Open Meetings Act.
Mayor,
Councilor Mayor Worth.
I move that we enter into executive session pursuant to the Open Meetings Act, Section 10-15-1H, Subpart 7, for discussion of threatened or pending litigation to which the governing body is or may become a participant.
Second.
There's a motion, there's a second. Madam Clerk, can you call the roll?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Castro,
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell, Mayor Weber,
Yes.
motion passed.
We are going to go into executive session. We'll be back as soon as we can to take up the rest of the agenda. Thank you, everybody. We're still streaming. Yes, we're live and streaming away. So we're back from our executive session. I think we need a motion to bring us back into session.
Mayor, let's see. Pursuant to the Open Meetings Act, Section 10-15-1J, I move that the governing body reconvene an open session and state for the record that the matters discussed in the closed session were limited to those specified in the motion for closure.
Is there a second? Second. We have a second. Madam Clerk, can you call the roll on the motion, please?
Certainly, Mr. Mayor. Counselor Cassett.
Yes.
Counselor Castro.
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia.
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia.
Yes.
Counselor Lindell. Counselor Romero Worth.
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion passed.
Excellent. Thank you. Madam Clerk, can you take us to the next item on the agenda for tonight?
Certainly. Mr. Mayor, the next item is matters from the city clerk, and I'll just be brief. I just want to give a shout out to Alex Mares and Izzy Sharp and the whole community engagement team. Thank you for the work for the Easter event. I'm proud to be a part of this team, and to all the other departments that participated. It was a great event, and can't wait to see what happens next year.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next item, Mayor, is communications from the governing body.
Excellent. I am going to, Councilor Michael Garcia, I'm going to start with you so I don't forget you, even because you're not physically here doesn't mean you're not here. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just want to wish everybody a happy Easter weekend for those celebrating, and wishing a safe journey to those who are making the pilgrimage to Santuario de Chimayo this weekend. That's all I got, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, sir. Counselor? You're good? All right.
Nothing to say for once.
I'm waiting. Well, you always have something to offer, I know. Counselor Lindell, what's your nothing? Counselor Romero Worth, we're into the nothingness today.
Well, I will just also give a shout out. I attended the Easter egg hunt and the touch the truck, and I just would echo the thanks to everybody involved in making that a success. I would agree. I've never seen bigger grins than on the I don't even know how old they were, 7, 8, 9. What field did we 10? All right. 10-year-olds. I mean, huge grins with the golden eggs in their hands. Really cute. And then watching the toddlers toddle over to an egg was really precious. So anyway, congrats to everybody who made that happen. Also, congrats to the team who made the pilot project for the pallet homes kickoff. And, you know, we're not quite where folks are staying there yet, but had the chance to be there as well and see just a lot of hard work that went into that. And it's almost to the point where people will be able to stay there. So just wanted to reflect on those two events. So thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilor Cassett.
I don't believe I have much. Just want to wish everybody a happy holiday weekend. Hope everyone is safe and has a very joyous time. If you need unique ideas on how to dye eggs, apparently you should call my mother, because she just listed 3 different ways that we are going to dye eggs with my children. My child, just one. Just one. I don't need another one. I'm good.
Is that an announcement?
Oh God, no. Lord Almighty. No. Anyway, there's involves shaving cream, and there's involves vinegar and baking soda. So if anyone's bored with your normal dyeing routines, please let us know. Apparently we will have some variety this year.
Thank you. Councilor Lee Garcia, sir.
Thank you, Mayor. I again want to wish everyone a very solemn and happy Holy Week, obviously coming up to Easter. Very, very important for the northern part of and around the world, but traditions throughout the northern part of the state of New Mexico and southern Colorado. Happy Easter. Shout out to everyone involved with the Easter egg hunt. I missed it this year. Unfortunately, I had gone the last 2 years and it is an amazing event. It takes a lot of preparation and a lot of coordination and many people involved, all hands on deck. So kudos to you all. And shout out to the police and fire for putting on their event the other day, which I also unfortunately missed. But thanks again. Oh, I wanted to give a happy birthday to my mother, who will be on April 2nd. So we won't mention how old she's going to be, but got to give props to mama later.
Nice. Happy birthday. I got a couple things I'd like to share. First, I got out to the Easter egg hunt and watched the setup and the work that goes into that. You know, the preparation takes hours and hours and hours, and the Easter egg hunt takes minutes. It's really a trip to see the speed with which the eggs and the excitement gets turns what was a carefully planned event into utter joy and fun, and a great job by our team. We had high school kids there, boys from the team were out helping out the football team. We had Easter Bunny, we had the fire dog, we had just so many pictures were being taken all the time, and videos, and a DJ keeping the music going. It was really lovely, and it is every year, and our team makes it look easy, but it takes a lot of work to make something look easy. I want to note two significant achievements of last week as we are working to end chronic homelessness in Santa Fe. We had the dedication of the mobile hygiene facility, working in collaboration with the Interfaith Shelter. They're going to use it not only to provide mobile hygiene for people who really are hard pressed to have a chance to be clean and take care of themselves and have dignity, but also as part of an outreach effort so that we'll continue to build our by name list and know who is experiencing homelessness by name, and give them support and shelter that fits their own personal circumstance. We should all remember there is no such thing as the homeless. Everybody is different who is experiencing that, and we need to meet them wherever they are and give them the support that meets their needs. Nowhere was that more apparent than at the celebration of the pilot project, Christ Lutheran. That is a small but mighty congregation, and they are leading with their heart and with their faith and with their values. They have been there every step of the way. They are setting an example. If there are other faith-based organizations that want to follow in their footsteps, we have 14 more pallet shelters and an option to buy more than that. And I'd welcome all comers who want to step up and help our people who need shelter to get sheltered. I heard, well, Councilor Maraworth is right. We weren't quite able to get people in those facilities quite yet. Some of the people who will be housed there have already been identified, including one older woman who has been living under a bridge in our city for 14 years. And for her to find safe, secure, clean, personal shelter will be life-changing. And you magnify that times not just 13 more, but the way in which that facility works is people don't live there permanently. It's a way station to finding permanent shelter. And I think it's really going to be a very strong demonstration of our community's commitment to helping people who are less fortunate. And in this Easter weekend and Passover, there's nothing more important than to remember that as a part of our traditions. I want to comment briefly on something that is, to me, very disturbing, and that was the invitation to the Consul General of Israel in Houston that was unfortunately unable to be followed through. And we had a very moving series of talks tonight. We have almost every council meeting now of people who are feeling acutely about what's going on in Israel and Gaza. And I think we all feel it acutely. It's a tragedy of historic and monumental proportions. But I also think in order to get to a place where we understand each other better, we need to accord a similar microphone and podium to people who we may or may not agree with, but who have important things to say to us as a community. And the opportunity for people to represent their point of view in a non-adversarial way, in a fact-based way, in a way that it contributes to an informed conversation is the bedrock of democracy. And it's a bedrock of our community's values. We are a diverse community. We welcome people from all over, and we want to hear what they stand for, what they care about, and how they represent themselves. And I think we lost a very important opportunity to be a place of dialogue when the invitation to the Consul General was unfortunately pulled back. Dialogue is the basis of mutual understanding, and it's how we appreciate each other, respect each other, and ultimately live with each other in peace. And if we stop talking to each other and listening to each other, I think we take away the bedrock, the fundamental principle of democratic discourse. And I'm hoping that all points of view in all of our community are welcome, whether it has to do with what's happening in Israel and in Gaza, or it has to do with what's happening in Ukraine or in Haiti or anywhere around the world. We are a very world representative community. We have people from all over. We have guests from all over. We have consul generals from China, India, other parts of the world coming to Santa Fe because we are looked on as a community that has a tolerant and open mind. And so my hope is that in the future, all voices will be heard and all voices will be listened to, engaged with. Hard questions are fair and good and help us understand each other better, but no dialogue, no conversation, that never promotes peace in my experience. Madam Clerk, can you take us to the next item on our agenda?
Certainly, Mr. Mayor. This is item 16, introduction of legislation. 16A is consideration of a resolution sponsored by Councillor Jamie Cassett. It's a resolution authorizing the sale and consumption of beer during the 2024 Santa Fe Century at the Rail Yard Park on May 19th, 2024, pursuant to subsection 23-6.2C SFCC 1987.
Councillor Cassett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Everything's pretty self-explanatory. This is a fun annual event. They wanted to have some more celebration and include alcohol in this with some, I believe, just beer. And so this will be occurring on May 19th. Definitely I encourage everyone to go down there and see all the athletes, and it really is a fun community family event. We spent a lot of time talking about bikes today, so great way to cap this off.
Yeah, and it's always a great turnout and a lot of fun. Next item, please.
Next item is 16B. It's consideration of a resolution sponsored by Councillor Signe Lindell. It's a resolution naming the field known as Fort Marcy Ball Field, Zozobra Field at Fort Marcy Park, accepting a monument in the form of Zozobra from the Santa Fe Kiwanis Club and approving the construction of the monument at the entry to Fort Marcy Complex, Majorsfield Park, and allowing Kiwanis Club to place a time capsule in the monument.
Councillor Lindell, you are the sponsor.
Thank you, Mayor. This is a fun one. It's the 100th anniversary of Zozobra, and that's a big deal for this town. Zozobra, 100 years. It certainly qualifies as a tradition, and it seemed like it's time that we memorialize that tradition. We're not renaming anything. We are not taking a name away from anything. We are simply adding that it will be known as Zozobra Field at Fort Marcy Park. Many people can remember their first time at Zozobra, and many people can remember events that have happened at Zozobra, be it they were proposed to, be it that their partner said they wanted a divorce, be it that all kinds of things happen at Zozobra. We're getting rid of the gloom, but pardon? The Kiwanis are a nonprofit volunteer organization, and what they give to this city annually is pretty unbelievable. They do 4 events for us a year. This is something that the club would very, very, very much like to see happen. And I see this as a very celebratory resolution, and I'm looking forward to that 100th year of Zozobra. So thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Counselor. Next item, Madam Clerk.
Next item is 18, public comment on bills. This is first public comment, no action. It's consideration of bill number 2024-2, adoption of ordinance and an adoption of an ordinance. It's a bill, sponsored by Councilor Lee Garcia. It's a bill amending section 12-2.1 of SFCC 1987 to replace the 2015 edition of the International Fire Code with a 2021 edition and specify that city code supersedes the adopted International Fire Code, repealing and replacing Exhibit A of Chapter 12.
Thank you. This is a time for public comment. I don't know if there's anybody on the Zoom who would like to address this legislation. We won't be voting on it tonight. This is just first public comment. Any hands in the Zoom room?
Mayor, there are no hands raised in the Zoom room.
And I don't see anyone lining up at the podium. In that case, Madam Clerk, let's go to the next item on the agenda.
The next item on the agenda is 20 public hearings. This is a consideration of a resolution amending the general plan's future land use map designation from residential mountain and rural protection to community commercial for land for approximately 4.35 acre property owned by Santa Fe's Don Juan's Land LLC, in particular a parcel located at 1941 Caja de Oro Grant Road, case number 2023-7207. And we have Planner Senior Dan Esquivel here to present.
Very good. Before we get into the case itself, I want to remind everybody about our process. We'll begin if any member of the governing body feels that because of ex parte communications or other considerations, they're unable to be fair and impartial, and they need to disclose that. Now would be the time to recuse yourself. Then we will have a staff report. We've already heard that Mr. Esquivel will be presenting that, followed by the applicant or the applicant's representative. The public will then be allowed to offer sworn comment. Governing body members can then ask questions of our staff, of the applicant, of anyone who testifies as a witness, and that will happen as long as people have questions. Once those questions have been exhausted, we'll close the public hearing and then go to motion, debate, ultimately a roll call vote. So that's the process. We have 2 items related in front of us. Is your machine functioning, sir?
Need them to, oh, there we go.
There we go. Mr. Esquivel, you, sir, have the floor. Is that the right slide deck? Same one.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. Good evening, members of the governing body. I won't go over the captions, it's already been done. This is Caja de Oro rezoning and general plan amendment. This is where the property is located at 1941 Caja de Oro Grant Road, just southeast of the Veterans Memorial Highway. The property is located within the River Corridor Plan area of the Southwest Santa Fe Community Area Master Plan. The Southwest Santa Fe Community Area Master Plan was made part of the city's general plan by resolution 2007-105. Property was annexed as part of the city's Phase 2 initiated annexation plan. This is within Area 1, Ordinance 2013-36. Residential development within the Southwest Santa Fe Community Area Master Plan, and particularly the River Corridor area, has surpassed the anticipated density targets. Though the residential mountain was targeted at 1 dwelling unit per 10 acres, and R1 zoning is 1 dwelling unit per acre. There's been roughly 742 dwelling units, which is an average density of R12 now, as opposed to its original creation and the original zoning. The deviation is probably due to the housing shortages, as the governing body has approved many general plan amendments and rezoning within this area to accommodate a much larger residential development package for that area. This is what the proposed zoning is going to look like if approved by the governing body. The top two show residential mountain for the future land use map and R1 for the zoning. And the bottom two images are the proposed changes going from residential mountain to community commercial, and the existing R1 to C2, which is general commercial. The applicant has complied with 14, and this is located on page 3 of your memo, by the way. So I've kind of truncated this rather than going over each individual item like I have in the past. So located on page 3 of your memo is the findings to 1432 amendments to the general plan approval criteria 1 through 8. The applicant has addressed the requirements per amendments to the general plan approval criteria. And then located on page 8 of your memo is the findings of 1435C rezoning approval criteria 1. The applicant has addressed the requirements for the rezoning approval criteria. On December 7th, 2023, the Planning Commission recommended the governing body take the following actions. Approve case 2023-7207, 1941 Caja de Oro Grant Road General Plan Amendment from residential mountain and rural protection area to community commercial, and approve case 2023-7208, 1941 Caja de Oro Grant Road rezoning from R1 to C2. There are 2 motions that are required in the following order. Move to approve or deny case 2023-7207, adopting a resolution to amend the future land use map designation from residential mountain and rural protection area to community commercial for plus minus 4.36 acres located at 1941 Caja de Oro Road. And 2, move to approve or deny case 2023-7208, adopting bill 2024-01, changing the official zoning map designation from R1 to C2 for plus minus 4.36 acres located at 1941 Caja de Oro Grant Road. And that will conclude the staff presentation for tonight.
Thank you, sir. We may have questions for you later, but appreciate it. We can now turn to the applicant's representative for presentation. You have the floor, sir.
Mr. Mayor, members of the governing body, my name is Carl Summer. My address is P.O. Box 2476, Santa Fe, New Mexico 87504.
I always get confused. Do we swear the applicants?
Generally not, but
I don't remember.
it-
We go back and forth.
I'm not going to testify about facts, so, and
All right.
an attorney.
We'll let you skate.
How long do I have for a presentation?
About 10 to 15 minutes.
Okay, I'm going to reserve about 9.5 of those minutes. This is an application filed on behalf of Carlos Garcia and Sylvia Garcia, who own Don Juan's land. They have pursued a commitment to this area, and this is part of that commitment. This land is zoned R1 because it was annexed a long time ago in that holding pattern. They have made a commitment to this area to provide housing and commercial services. This is part of that commitment for commercial services. Carlos and Sylvia own the property right next door, which is zoned C2, and their desire is to create a commercial center that will provide services to the growing community out there. You'll recall Pulte Homes is developing the north part of this property. They're bringing in 88 homes. Carlos is a member of a group that is putting in the apartments right next to this. They're going up right now. Carlos and Sylvia have a commitment to advance the needs of this community. This is part of it. I don't have any qualms or questions about the conditions of approval, and we appreciate staff's time and attention to this matter and yours as well. And just one last thing, I wanted to give a shout out to Felipe Cabeza de Vaca. I've been practicing here since 1986, and he was a fixture in my face. He was the counterpoint to every point I ever made, and he did so with such magnanimity and goodwill. He was a bright star in this community, and we'll miss him.
Thank you, sir. I guess the next item would be to ask if there are any members of the public who wish to speak on this item, either who are here in the room or who are present on Zoom. Do we have a hand up in the Zoom room, Madam Clerk?
No hands up in the Zoom room, Mayor.
Anyone who wishes, I can't see behind that screen, but if there's anybody there, nobody there. In that case, I will go to questions from the governing body to either staff or the applicant to take up this proposal. If there are questions. Councilor Michael Garcia, I can't see your hand, sir. Are you interested in asking a question?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No questions.
Anyone here on the dais? Yes, go ahead, Council.
Thank you so much. Just quickly, is there any designation for affordable in that housing?
Yeah, both developments have complied with the city's affordable housing ordinances. The Pulte is the on-site, and I believe that the apartments have paid the fee in lieu of, but they both have signed affordable housing agreements with the city.
So they paid the fee in lieu, which means this development will not have affordable housing.
This
is going to be,
this isn't a housing development we're talking about.
Correct, sorry, but I was just referring to his comments about the entire plot, that this being the commercial piece that will then be, I guess, amenities to the housing.
As services and it'll be commercial. Although you're correct that under C2, someone could do multi-family housing. That's probably not going to happen here because there's, I think, 344 units going up next door, and there's 88 single-family units going just to the north. So probably won't be any housing on this parcel.
All of which they've paid fee in lieu on.
No, the housing to the north has on-site affordable housing in accordance with the ordinance, and the I believe that it's correct that they paid the fee in lieu on the multifamily.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you. Others, questions? If there are no other questions, I'm going to close the public hearing section of this hearing and entertain a motion which we can then discuss. Do I have a motion?
Move to approve case 2023-7207, 1941 Caja del Oro Grant Road, general plan amendment from residential mountain and rural protection area to community commercial.
Second.
There's a motion and a second to approve adopting a resolution. Is there a discussion of this motion? Madam Clerk, do you want to call the roll?
Certainly, Mr. Mayor. Counselor Castro,
I'm going to abstain.
Abstention.
Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion passed.
Thank you. I'll entertain the second motion that accompanies the first.
Move to approve case 2023-7208, 1941 Caja del Oro Grant Road, rezoning from R1 to C2.
Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there discussion? Madam Clerk, do you want to call the roll on that motion, please?
Certainly, Mayor. Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell, Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Castro,
Abstain.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion passed.
Thank you. Thank you for being here and for being patient. Appreciate it. Madam Clerk, what else is on the agenda tonight?
Next item on the agenda, Mayor, is item 21, appointments. This is appointment to the Planning Commission. Seisha McGee, appointment to the District 3 seat, term ending June 2026.
Is there a motion?
Move to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there discussion? Could you call the roll on this appointment, please?
Yes, Mayor. Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell, Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Castro,
Abstain.
Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion passed.
Thank you. I believe, Madam Clerk, that completes our work for tonight.
Yes, sir.
We are adjourned. Thank you, everybody.